October 26th meeting of the CCSD Board of Directors to order. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Before we get started, I would like to welcome our new director, Director Aaron Wharton. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now the pressure's really on.
We'll see.
Reminders for the audience, please silence your electronic devices. There are agendas and speaker slips just out in the lobby if you would like to speak on any items. There are specific times when the public is invited to provide input. And there's also at each agenda item, the public has an opportunity to comment, and then there's an item near the beginning, so the public can make comments on items that are not on the agenda, but within the purview of the CCSD. Generally, we have 3 minutes per person per item. You don't have to use all 3, and you don't have to speak on every item. In general, on each item of regular business, the staff will present the report. If the board has any questions, the staff will answer the questions. Then we have public comment, and then we bring it back to the board for discussion and decision if needed. We do have a quorum. We have all 5 directors here. Do we have a report from closed session, Mr. Carmel?
We do. I wasn't there, but the board considered pending litigation involving Mickey versus the district, initiating litigation, and contract negotiations with the general manager.
Thank you.
I'm sorry? Contract negotiations with the general manager.
Thank you. All right. Agenda review, additions and deletions. Are there any additions or deletions at this point? All right. Then we will take up public comment. This is the time for public comment on items that are not on today's agenda. And the first one that I have is Greg Wilson, followed by... That looks like the only public comment I have so far. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here in Cambria on such a beautiful day. I've been spending most of my time in Templeton enjoying our wonderful skate park that we have there, but I did want to not let the moment of Greg Sanders' departure go without my notice. And I just wanted to say personally, I've had a chance to work with Greg in our community for a number of years, and thank you so much for your service. It's a great loss to have you go. Can't say enough about you. And so, anybody can just hold their comments about what they think of you until they really know how committed to this community is and what a real loss it is to have that happen. So, good luck, Greg.
Thank you, Greg, very much. I appreciate it. You have a great first name.
So do you, sir. That's what made us good friends.
There's much more to
And then I also wanted to say what a great choice the board made in welcoming Aaron. I absolutely know nothing about Aaron other than he's a great member of our community, and I feel like his opinion is going to make a difference in our community. So I would like to welcome you. And I understand a lot of people are concerned about your experience, and I'll let you know that public comment is a chance for people like us to come up here and whip you. But good luck, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Greg.
All right. I don't have any other requests to speak on public comment, so we're going to move along to the sheriff's report. Welcome.
President Rice and board members, there's also going to be a brief presentation. I met with the Sheriff's Department in Carlos regarding some of the homeless encampments throughout Cambria, and then I asked the President and Vice President if it would be okay for the Sheriff's Department to present that. And Commander Vogue is the watch commander tonight, so he has sent Corporal Bodine? Is it Corporal too?
Senior Deputy, sir.
Senior Deputy. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate
Welcome.
you welcoming me. My name is Rainer Bodine. I'm a Senior Deputy out of the Coast Station, Los Osos. And I'm going to go over the minutes that Commander Vogt prepared. And then if you guys have any questions, I can elaborate on those things that I know. And then we'll have a brief presentation after that.
If I could stop you just for a minute. AGP, could you turn the volume up a little bit on the speakers? Because I'm having trouble hearing, and usually don't have this much trouble. Is the audience having trouble hearing? Okay.
Test.
Thank you. Thank you.
So for calls for service for this from 9:27 to 10:25 for that section of time, we've had approximately 111 calls for service. We're kind of averaging over the last 4 months. We had 130 one month, 74 another month, and 108 the next. So we're kind of in the middle, but we're almost to the end here. Suspicious circumstances calls related to suspected criminal acts, 19 calls for service. Phone scams, we had 3 calls for service related to phone scams. Most of you know a lot of those go unreported, so we can only go off the numbers that we get. Those related to the scams, we had a grandchild calling an elderly person pretending to be their grandchild. We had a grant that was allegedly awarded to somebody, and then IRS scams, which is we've seen in the past before. We had 15 disturbing the peace calls. We had 10 check the welfare calls. Some of the notable events that we've had, incidents that Commander Vogt detailed out in this brief. At the beginning of the month on Burton Drive, between Main Street and Highway 1, we had a dispatch call of a domestic violence incident between a husband and wife. The wife was attacking her husband in the vehicle after they were returning from a local bar. She was dropped off at her employer's house and drove home, and the husband drove home. She walked from that house back to her residence and then kicked the door down. The husband tried to keep her at bay, let her in, and then the incident continued to the point of us being dispatched out to the house. She was subsequently arrested for felony domestic violence. On the 4th of this month, at Weymouth and Brighton, a 34-year-old Morro Bay man was walking in the middle of the road, blocking traffic. He had a misdemeanor warrant when he was contacted by deputies. He was searched due to his probation status and search terms, and he was found to be in possession of methamphetamine and booked for that arrest. Additionally, on the 4th, 800 block of Main Street, a storage unit was burglarized. Fortunately for us, the victim had a recording of the incident. The 2 suspects involved in the theft are known to us. We've forwarded the investigation to the district attorney's office for filing for consideration of burglary charges. It looks like a Bose sound system was taken. At Shamel Park on the 16th, we were dispatched to a report of a naked male in the pool. When the deputies got out there, they determined the male was clothed in underwear, stated that he was just looking for a bath, and he was escorted from the property where he was told that Highway 1 was closed, and he continued on foot up east on Highway 46 and left the town. And on the 23rd, at the parking lot at the west end, or at the end of West Street, a transient male who had returned to the area. He frequents here, sometimes leaves. He was acting erratic. We got multiple calls for service related to his erratic behavior, disturbing people. He had a car with him, which he normally doesn't have. He's on probation for stolen vehicles, and the vehicle was, in fact, stolen out of Riverside County. He was arrested and booked on that charge. For the notable incidents, that's it. And if we could start the presentation, I'll go over what it is it's detailing out 2 main encampments that we've identified in the Cambria area. There are more, but we're working through the process of locating the ones that are active and then abating the ones that are now clear. So this is an aerial view of the first encampment, and it's right behind, near the school, not far from here. It takes up the creek area on the, I guess it would be the east or north end of the rodeo grounds. So if you look at the grass down in the bottom right-hand corner, that's the far western edge of the rodeo grounds property. And this is the creek that runs along the rodeo grounds over to Burton Drive. So the biggest problem that we have with these camps are trash and hazardous related waste, hazardous conditions for the environment, and for people that want to enjoy the open space. You see that trees end up getting cut, fashioned into furniture. Trash just accumulates, it's never really removed. When we attempt to enforce a lot of these situations, they either move to a new location and that stuff is discarded and left in its original spot. They have all different kinds of activities when they're in their camps. So this is a dam that was fashioned across the creek, and it's completely blocking the stream. I've actually been in this camp to serve eviction process for the camp transients, and it is blocking the creek. You can see small fish in the upper part of it. It's blocking the flow for the steelhead trout. Fishing game was out there. They did cite the individual for obstructing that waterway, and we're in the process of getting that abated. They're creating fires. You know, they're having their encampments much like a regular camping site in this dense forest. And the trash and the accumulation continues. You see couches get drugged down there, furniture, all different kinds of things. They use butane stoves mainly for their cooking, which in itself is a fire hazard when it's in densely forested areas. Camp setup, tents, gazebos. I've seen most of it. This is one of the individuals we were out with, and we have processes to deal with help offering these individual services. We're required to see what they need, what we can help, if they're diagnosed with any mental health. We work with the community action team, which is a partnership, 2 deputies from our agency that's sole purpose is to reach out and find resources for these people. He's smoking, so my commander wanted to point out that there was a lit cigarette. So this is the second camp that was located. It was an unoccupied camp, but you'll see the devastation that it leaves behind. This is on Caltrans property that we've identified, and we're working with Caltrans. They've been notified, and we're working on getting that abated. So this is an overhead map. It's hard to kind of see, but right in between those 2 yellow sections, there's a blue dot, and that's where the camp is located. It's right off of the highway, maybe less than 100 yards. So you could see some of the devastation they leave behind. Caltrans had provided bags for these, and they were bagged up but left. We had all kinds of waste in this. This is probably one of the worst leftovers I've seen in a long time. There was actually 4 soiled American flags that we found that we took and will be disposing of properly. But they were strewn about like tarps, and then multiple bikes that were in different states of deconstruction, essentially. So we have an approach that I've been tasked with, coming up with a long-term and a short-term plan. I work out of the Los Osos area for a short-term plan there and a long-term plan as well, because we have our own problems in Los Osos with transient issues. Part of it is identifying the properties, the ownership. It's hard for us to enforce a lot of the municipal or county codes, penal codes, if we don't have an owner that's on board with us, because then there's technically not a victim. So we have to be able to identify the parties of the land and then ensure that the land gets cleaned up due to its nuisance or its safety issues. So we work with those landowners or the tenders of those lands. And then the biggest thing is ensuring that the land is continually watched over so it doesn't get reestablished, because it would be for nothing if we allowed it to continue to be reestablished. So we're working, Commander Vogue is working with CERT to try and come up with some form of a overwatch or a neighborhood watch program to be able to patrol these areas maybe once or twice a week to ensure that these known spots are no longer being brought in, more stuff is not being brought in. That's the end of the presentation. If you have questions for me, I'll field those.
Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Director Wharton.
On some of those pictures where the garbage was accumulating, approximately how many people contributed to that trash? And over what period of time?
The last one, it's hard to say because it was vacant when we went to that one. We could see at least 2 to 3 remnants of indicia for people. A lot of times people will leave medical records, arrest paperwork, things like that in different spots. So most of these camps will usually be 2 to 3 people unless it's a very small camp. But also over time, one moves out, much like a hermit crab shell. One will move out and one will move in and repurpose what they find. So it's kind of hard to quantify how many people. But I would say some of these have probably been established for more than a year. Some of them get so far out and out of the way and out of sight, out of mind, and it's really hard to get accurate reporting on these things.
Director Behringer.
Yes, these are people too, and, they have their needs. And I attended, and I think I mentioned last time, or a couple of months ago, I attended a gathering at the Presbyterian Church, and they came up with all of the different services, and I'm sure you have them in your pocket, the services that these people can get. And it was very revealing, and it was true that someone is not going to starve here in San Luis Obispo County. However, last week, also at the Santa Rosa Catholic Church, there's a activism project that they're trying to see if they can make sure that grants and issues like that can be brought to bear on these subjects. So, thank you for keep up the good work.
Yeah, absolutely.
But, we need to make sure that these people are treated as human beings and try and understand and help them forward.
I absolutely agree with you, and I work closely with our community action team and mental health services, and a lot of these cases do have a nexus with some mental health, poverty, obviously. Some people choose to be out there because they're away from people. We offer these services. We don't always, I'd say 8 out of 10 times, we get rejected as far as the services we try and offer them. But we're trying to find different avenues, and maybe it's the presentation of the services and it's the association with law enforcement that will turn some of these people away. So we're trying to find groups out there that are actively interested in helping and going out with us and being envoys in partnership with the Sheriff's Office, because unfortunately we get a bad rap for, we offer food, but then, sometimes we have to enforce, and then that changes everything. And so when the enforcement comes, it kind of taints, the good that we're trying to do as well.
Director Farmer.
Yes, Special Deputy, right?
Senior Deputy, sir.
Senior Deputy, pardon me. And your name again?
Rainer Bodine.
Bodine, okay. Thank you. I just want to make a comment that I happen to know of one particular individual who came to this community about 25 years ago, and he's, I guess you could say, homeless. He kind of organized a space for himself in the woods off of Highway 1, and in some way he's remained here. As far as I know, he's never been a problem. He's actually in some ways contributed to the community through his artwork, through playing music, that type of thing. How do you handle someone who comes here and doesn't create a disturbance and just sets up a place where he's totally not visible, he or she totally not visible from anywhere, and yet, like I say, this person has been here for over 2 decades. How does that get dealt with? How do you develop a rapport with someone like that?
So I do know who you're speaking about, and I agree with you on all levels that you've commented about that individual. I will say that typically the squeaky wheels get the oil. Usually our enforcement and outreach is unfortunately based upon citizen complaints or things that have brought it to our attention. We don't go out and walk every trail, and we don't have as much as I would like to, because the exercise is great and we live in probably one of the best areas that I can think of. I don't have the time, nor do we have the population or the services to be able to do that. So an individual like that who is out of sight, out of mind, and minding his own business. It really comes down to a property owner. If it becomes, a problem for that property owner, if it becomes a problem for the community, if he's causing issues, then it comes to our attention. But if it hasn't brought it to our attention, and it's not a problematic issue, then we have too many things to move on to direct our attention to.
And if I could ask you one more question.
Sure.
With regard to the fellow that was swimming in the pool in just his underwear.
Yes.
When he was escorted to the highway and he headed north, I'm going to assume that he was clothed by then. I just wanted to.
I believe he
make
was.
sure. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure.
I think he was advised of the upcoming weather.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Do we have a fire department report today?
They must be on an emergency, Madam President, so there's no
I
representation here.
remembered them today, though.
But I did ask them, I did ask them to.
There's, the truck just came in.
I asked him to bring the new fire truck, so we can take a break.
I wanted to arrive on it, really.
Yeah,
but-
well, so we brought it, and it's out there. It's not fully equipped yet. They're in the process of equipping it, but that's going to be our primary unit fairly soon. So it is here, and I just heard it,
I just heard it.
and
So we'll have a fire department report maybe?
I hope so. I
In a
hope
minute
so.
or two,
Yeah,
okay.
yes, ma'am.
Waiting for. We can either, at the pleasure of the board, we can either go into the general manager's report, or we can, we probably have about 5 more minutes before Supervisor Gibson arrives, but we can do our proclamation if you'd like. For this one?
We do have Captain Gibson here to give
Oh,
the
good.
fire department report.
Perfect timing. Do we have a fire department report this month? Oh,
All right.
yay.
Good, good.
Your timing is impeccable, I must say. Isn't that one of your strong points, is being there quickly, right on
We
time?
try to be, yes. We definitely try to be. Madam President and members of the board, I'm John Gibson, Captain of the Cambria Fire Department, and I'm standing in for Chief Hollingsworth, so
Welcome.
thank you. So this is just going over events and information covering the month of September. So just some items that we put down. Month of September, we ran 85 emergency responses. And in conjunction with that, we're currently on a 13% growth on call volume. So it just, every year it goes up quite a bit. So trajectory is going upward on responses. I guess Chief actually put some stuff in here for October as well. So he listed here, the National Fire Prevention Week was held October 8th through the 14th. And certain things that covers is we go to like the different schools and reach out to the children and try and educate them on fire safety in the home, making sure their smoke detectors are serviceable, that they have escape routes, and we hand out like information packets and stuff that are geared obviously towards kids that they can also share with their families as well. We also held a station tour for the kindergarten class from the Cambria Grammar School as well. And that I think we had in roughly, I want to say probably about 50 kids that came through. And so they come do a little tour, and we teach some of the same stuff, stop, drop, and roll, exit homes in the drill, and things of that nature. And then every year we always participate in the Elisa Ann Roosh Burn Foundation Relay. And so we sent our water tender and we staff that. It starts in San Miguel and then ends up in Cambria as the final location. And then they do a big follow-up down in San Luis at the farmer's market. But anyhow, we did a couple of donations, one from our local IFF and the Cambria Firefighters Association towards that burn foundation, $1,500, and that'll support 2 kids to go. And basically what the Burn Foundation is a nonprofit organization which is geared towards public education on fire safety, fire prevention, and also reaching out to children who have been victims or patients with regards to burn injuries or something of that nature. And so it's a support group plus educational information for burn patients and burn victims. So we're just proud to be a part of that and be supportive of that. Secondly, we also held a the annual Pier to Point INCOR, the North Coast Ocean Rescue. They hold that every year, and it's a big fundraiser for them. And I believe they had, we have listed here 41 participants who pay registration fee, and that all goes towards INCOR funding and other donation-based funds. So for instance, this year we are taking the $2,000 that was raised from the Pier to Point, and we're going to donate that towards the Liam Taylor Memorial Fund. And for those of you who may or may not be aware, Liam Taylor was a member of INCOR, young local Cambrian here, and he passed away recently during a surfing accident. So we've been working with his mother and trying to keep his memory going and use that for some good. And so the actual Liam Taylor Memorial Fund, the focus of that would be to set up a scholarship for high school students who are looking to move into some sort of a public safety, public service type career, whether it's fire, EMS, or law enforcement. So that's kind of the focus of that grant. And then we've also had our CERT team, the Community Emergency Response Team. They're volunteer. They've been going out and doing red flag patrol for the community during the hot, dry weather we've been experiencing. So they've been going out under the auspices of the fire department. Obviously, the chief is aware of it, and usually the on-duty captain will meet with whoever's leading up the red flag patrol. So they're out doing that of their own free time and supporting the community on that and the fire department. So that's a big kudos to the CERT team. And lastly, we did bring down our new engine, 5792. So it's sitting out in the parking lot, and we'll leave it down there for a while if people want to take a gander at it during a break. And that's pretty much all I have as far as bullet points for the report. Any questions for me?
I have one question can you just speak a little bit more about what red flag days are
sure.
and what
Yeah.
CERT's doing? Because I've seen that's happening, but I don't know what that means.
So the National Weather Service, they forecast weather, and a lot of that's geared towards weather, from our perspective, severe fire weather. So usually when we have abnormally high temperatures and low humidity and low fuel moisture, they project that in advance, and so we try and gear up for that and be proactive and trying to prevent or hopefully catch something in the early stages before it gets ahead of us and we can't catch it.
So they're just going around town kind of basically keeping an eye out?
What they're doing. Oh, yeah. So they're
what
just basically
doing.
scouting the
Yeah.
area, and they're just keeping eyes open and patrolling the town. And, and it's not just keeping out for, possible fire starts. It's also if, something that they'd mentioned was they're looking at people who are maybe using an inappropriate fire pit or barbecue pit or what have you, educating them on that. People who are maybe towing a trailer and just looking to make sure chains aren't dragging, stuff like that. So, but primarily patrolling and just keep an eye out.
What a nice use of the CERT volunteers. That's
Absolutely.
wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Is
Yeah.
there any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you
Okay.
very much. And we probably will take a break to go take a look at the new truck.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. All right. Let's move on. General Manager's report. We'll come back to the proclamation. We may interrupt your report once Supervisor Gibson arrives.
How long do I have, Madam President? You want 5 minutes?
Till
What do
he
you-
arrives. I'm not going to put you on a timer.
Okay. Well, let's start out by welcoming Director Wharton to the board. Staff has spent some time with him. Bob and I have showed him a lot of the infrastructure facilities, and we're going to go back out and just bring him up to speed on a lot of the key issues out in the infrastructure. And I'd like to thank outgoing Vice President Greg Sanders. This is my second time I've had to work with him. Not had to work with him. That I've got to work with him. And it's been a pleasure and an honor, Greg, and I wish you and Terry all the best. I've reformatted the public records section of the manager's report due to the length of the information. I've created a separate report to attach to the end of the report for your review. So if you look at the formatting, it's a little different. Just a brief update on some of the key issues in the district right now. Infrastructure for water and wastewater department, a 7-year journey. Infrastructure seems to be, and rightfully so, the emphasis right now of the district and one of our highest priorities. And I think one of the reasons that is the case is because when I came on board as general manager, November 1st will be 7 years with the district. That was my highest priority, is identifying infrastructure issues and deficiencies. And so it was not an out of sight, out of mind type of thing. So we're going to continue to address infrastructure deficiencies and issues and continue to bring to the board the progress that we're making. But it has been a journey, and I think we all agree that there's still a lot to do, but during that 7-year period of time, we've done more than we probably have in the previous 20 years. So I want to thank the board for the support on that. I just saw Supervisor Gibson walk in. Would you like for me to stop? And I'll be more than happy
If
to.
you don't mind taking a
No,
pause,
absolutely.
that
Absolutely.
would be wonderful. Thank you.
I didn't get off to a
very
good
much.
start, so we might as well go.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Gibson, welcome to our meeting today.
Thank you, Ms. Rice, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, Mr. Gruber. You know, I feel a bit embarrassed that somebody stops talking, and it wasn't about me, apparently, when we got here. I rise today to pay tribute to my friend and fellow engaged citizen, Mr. Greg Sanders. I've known Greg for quite a number of years, and we have had the adventure of working on public projects, big and small, successful and not, and some of them even enduring. I've always known Greg to be an exceptionally well-informed public citizen who comes with deep commitment to whatever job that he chooses to direct his considerable attentions to. Thoroughly prepared, ready to argue on the merits, ready to see things get done. And at the level of local government, seeing things get done is a satisfaction that I think all of us in this room can appreciate. And so, sir, it is bittersweet that I know that you are moving on from this post. In the great tradition of elected officials, I bring you the gift of paper. It is a certificate that I will, with no small amount of pride, has the unanimous consent of the Board of Supervisors, recognizing your service to the community of Cambria through the Cambria Community Services District.
Don't go too far, Greg. We also have a proclamation from the board for you that I'm going to let Jerry present to you. I suspect this one will be a little bit longer.
Cambria Community Services District, this is a proclamation to Greg Sanders, Director, for his service to the community. Whereas Greg Sanders and his wife Terry have been a resident of Cambria since 1996, and during this time, Greg has contributed tirelessly and selfishly to the health, safety, and prosperity of the well-being of the community. And whereas Greg has served his community as a successful businessman, volunteer, and civic leader, and whereas Greg has donated many hours of service to the American Legion Post 432, the Rotary Club of Cambria, and the Lions Club Pine Dorado Parade, and whereas Greg authored Measure P, the initiative that was adopted by the voters to prevent extension of water and sewer services by the CCSD beyond its service boundaries without a vote of the people, and whereas Greg initiated the Build-Out Reduction Program in 2005, and whereas Greg worked closely with the Army Corps of Engineers to permit past expenditures of the CCSD on the desalination study and to apply to the local match, which enabled the Corps to develop the sustainable water facility concept for the CCSD at no cost to the district. And whereas Greg worked with the Land Conservancy of San Luis Obispo to establish a relationship between the agency that the CCSD for lots lot retirements and special project areas 1 and 2, and to expand the Land Conservancy's lot retirement program to the entire forested area of Cambria. And whereas Greg worked to achieve advanced life support certification for the Cambria Fire Department so the department can provide paramedic services, and whereas Greg served with distinction as the director of the Cambria Community Services District, including service in the role as board president 3 times and as board vice president 4 times. He was first elected in 2002, ran unopposed in 2006, and was appointed to fill the unexpired term of Director Merrill Clift in October of 2015, and was re-elected in November of 2016 for a 4-year term. Whereas Greg's lifetime of public service has included undertaking the completion of important projects and initiatives for the betterment of the community and its citizens, exercising skill, judgment, wisdom, and integrity in all matters, including but not limited to the fiscal responsibility entrusted to him, and dealing with everyone, including staff, officials, constituents, and the public at large with the utmost courtesy and respect. Now, therefore, on the 26th day of October 2017, and by the virtue of the authority vested in me as the president, I'm not the president, on behalf of the board of directors and the staff of the Cambria Community Services District, I hereby extend the deepest and most sincere appreciation for the entire community of Cambria to Greg Sanders for his leadership and service to Cambria, the Central Coast, and to the state of California.
Greg, would you like to say anything? You can. Are you sure? All right. Are there any board members that would like to comment? Director Farmer.
Yes, I'd like to make a comment as the next newest member of the board, having been involved with Greg in closed session meetings, which is when you kind of see a different side of an individual in whatever capacity. Greg often, especially with his experience, in the legal profession, was able to give the other members of the board insight in particular areas where we didn't necessarily have an understanding, and between he and our legal counsel, we were able to have a much richer and deeper understanding of the issues that were involved. And also there have been times when maybe 2 members of the board felt one way, 2 members of the board felt another way, and Greg was kind of in the middle and kind of, how could I say it, contributed a certain amount of balance with regard to the dialogue that was taking place. So I really appreciated those things, and I wish Greg all the best in the next chapter of his life.
Thank you, Harry. I appreciate your comments very much.
You bet.
All right. I would like to take a 5-minute break in case the fire truck didn't already leave, which I thought I heard them start up, but I didn't see it because I want to go see the new fire truck. Can we please take 5 minutes? Thank you. 5 only. We'll be back at 4:45.
How are you, Money? Good to see you.
All right. Thank you, Director Behringer. Yep, we do have a quorum. Director Sanders, he got his proclamations. He's ready to go. Man, if I'd have known he'd left, I'd given him proclamations even sooner. That's a joke. He's not leaving until the 31st.
This is really good. Coffee.
All right, let's get back to the general manager's report. I appreciate General Manager Gruber. I appreciate you taking the break there to see the truck and for Bruce Gibson to to provide the,
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just going to, my general manager's report is attached. I'm sure everybody's read it. If there's any questions regarding it, anything specific, I'll be more than happy to answer it. One thing I do want to mention is there seems to be a little confusion regarding our consumer confidence report. All the parameters within the consumer confidence report are within state levels. But what we're going to do next year is do a better job in making it easier to understand. It only has to be about 2 pages long, so I'll work with Bob and staff on making it a little bit more presentable and easier to understand. So, with that, if there's any questions on the items within my general manager's report, I'll be more than happy to answer them. So.
Director Wharton?
So regarding the confidence report, the hubbub online, I guess, was concerning mercury levels not reported. Is that because they were below the reportable limit?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Thank
you. District Engineer Bob, do you want to comment on the mercury limits in particular? That's correct, right?
So,
yeah.
so they weren't left out erroneously. They were just not reported because of the limit was...
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Correct.
Director Farmer?
Yeah, this is what I was going to address, but I just wish that Bob Greshams, I wish his parents had named him William. So every time we called on him, we could say, Engineer Bill. I don't know, just a childhood memory, that's all.
Red light, green light.
Sorry, Bob.
Sorry,
no, I was just making a
I
comment on your name. I'm sorry, Bob. I was just trying to add some levity, you know. Hey, you works, whatever.
One thing.
How about you can call him Buffalo Bob?
Oh, I like it. Okay.
Howdy doody.
That's your howdy doody, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Clara Bell will be walking in a moment. What I want to do, I did want to mention also, and I'm glad that General Manager Gruber brought up the Consumer Confidence Report. The reason I'd like to address this is because I happen to have a Consumer Confidence Report here from 10 years ago. I'm holding up the one that was just received by the ratepayers of this community. The one from 10 years ago begins, and as you can see, it's rather colorful. It's rather, it draws you in. It wants you to be more involved, and it starts off with "Dear Customer," you know, each year the CSD and so forth. And then you open it up, and it's where your water comes from, possible drinking water contaminants, what your water consists of, and so forth. Top ways to save water, keeping Cambria's infrastructure intact, and so forth. It makes you want to read through this. It makes you feel like that the district cares that you're a member of the community, a ratepayer, and they're addressing the issues of the board, of the district, and letting you know what it's about, and you feel comfortable with this. As opposed to this particular document, which I would say is, let me just read what it says here. I said this one here starts with, Dear Customer. This one down here, I'm just scrolling down just a tad where I have it in orange. Opportunities for public participation in decisions that affect drinking water quality. Regularly scheduled water board or city county council meetings are held at Cambria Veterans Memorial Building. And Veterans Memorial Building, those letters are all in lowercase. 1000 Main Street, Main is not capitalized, every third Thursday of the month at 12 p.m. I believe our meetings are at the fourth Thursday of the month at 12:30. And that's just the beginning of how disappointed I am in this entire presentation versus what happened 10 years ago. And I felt, what could I say, insulted, disappointed, whatever you want to call it, with regard to this particular situation. And I know that General Gruber just said that they'd be addressing putting the Consumer Confidence Report out next year, let's say in a more agreeable fashion, and I look forward to that. I also want to, if I could address a couple of other things, and I'm going to pass over some of them I have here because this is going to be a long meeting, I have a feeling. I just want to go to page 10. where it says here, in September, staff worked over 30 hours at the SWF and surrounding areas. Sampling was performed, well levels were measured around the impoundment basin, San oil field, related to requirements of the SWF permit. In addition to the 30 hours spent at the SWF, Water Department conducted daily inspections. I just want to let people know, we're talking about a facility that is not operating. It has some real challenges presently and in the future. And it's not, like I say, it's not operating, but staff is still spending a considerable amount of time out there in one fashion or another. And of course, this is part of their salary, but they're getting paid to do this. That money comes out of, the ratepayers. I also want to take a look at let me see if it's on page 20 here. I'm noticing here CCSD cash balances by fiscal year. And I'm just wondering why, and I'm sure Patrick can give me a pretty reasonable, logical answer. It says, by fiscal year, but it doesn't address and maybe I'm missing something, it doesn't address fiscal year ending on June 20th, 2017. And is there any particular reason for that, Patrick? It's not audited yet. Okay. If I'm not mistaken, though, it's somewhere in the $2 million range, maybe $2.25 million. I mean, I believe that's correct, as opposed to the $4.8 million that it was the previous fiscal year. Am I right? Okay. Well, I seem to recall that's the information that was provided previously. And also, with regard to, I can go to page 32, and maybe I've already passed it here. Page 32 with regard to the report from Balanced Public Relations. And we got an update on that, so perhaps I'll look at that. But what is in here, so everything I brought, so I can find it here. Here's the report from Balanced Public Relations from July 20th, 2017, the meeting that we had at that time. So pretty much everything in here, it's all moved up a percentage point, 5 or 10 percentage points, that type of thing. But then I went to grant funding, which was 95% complete in July of 2017, and it included infrastructure grants and partnership opportunities, yet grant funding for October 16th here is at 40%, and infrastructure grants and partnership opportunities are not included. Also, we have items about impoundment closure. Let me pass on that. Education outreach. I think also the thing that enforcement program, this would be on page 34. Enforcement program, Cambria Community Service District Emergency Water Supply Project. So now it's up to 60% as opposed to, no, it was 45% in July, and now it's up to 60%. I'm just curious, because it's the Cambria Community Services District water supply facility. Why can't this be done by management? Why do we need Balanced Public Relations to be addressing this? And since I see, a few percentage points moving here and there in the past 3 months, and something else that I just pointed there, we're paying Balanced Public Relations $7,000 a month. So $21,000 have been paid to Balanced Public Relations in the past 3 months. Am I missing something? Do I see $21,000 worth of effort being put into what's being done by Balanced Public Relations for our district, for the ratepayers of this community? Do I see that in here? Do I see something like that in here? Am I making any sense?
Is that a question?
Yeah.
Are you-
There's two questions. There's $21,000, and I'm just wondering where it's reflected here. And also, as I said, with regard to the water supply facility and the district, why can't management do that? Why do we need balanced public relations to follow up on this?
Well, two questions. If you're asking me if you think balanced public relations is worth it, I think they are. But if the board thinks otherwise, then that's a policy decision that they're going to have to make.
Well, I think I'm the only one that voted not to rehire Mr. Flores, so I'm a minority of
Maybe you
one.
could speak to some of the projects that you've been speaking with him about. I know that you speak with him on a regular basis, and the executive committee does meet with him once every other month.
Also, with regards to the question of why can't management, I think that's a question that Dean Flores would probably be better suited to answer as far as his access to certain individuals and agencies and things like that. I will comment on the infrastructure. We've had this conversation and extensively every board meeting really, and we talked about the grant opportunities and why we're no longer eligible for those grant opportunities. So,
And why is that?
well, first of all, when you apply for a grant, usually it's a combination of partial funding from the member agency. So we're not in a financial position to do that right now.
And
Second-
why is that?
Second of all,
Why aren't we in a financial position to be able to obtain grant funding?
Second of all, you have to have shovel-ready projects, and we don't have any shovel-ready projects.
Madam President,
Vice President Sanders and then Director Barry.
first, I'm concerned that if Director Farmer is so interested in these issues, why he hasn't had a discussion with the general manager about this before. Number one. Number two, if we can go back to page 20. Once again, Director Farmer has attempted to create the impression that somehow the district is in serious financial trouble because our cash balance right now is about $2.5 million, as opposed to the $4.8 million that is reflected for fiscal year 2016. What you have to keep in mind, Director Farmer, is this is a snapshot taken on June the 30th. We have 2 infusions of property tax payments coming in. The property tax payments that are made in December, the property tax payments that are made in April. So by the time we get to June 30th of 2018, I am confident that the cash balance will be about the same as it was on June 30th of 2017. And you should know that.
I guess I'm not that confident.
Director Barringer.
Yes, perhaps, I would have the same concern that all of a sudden something that was 65% complete now all of a sudden drops to 40% complete, but there's likely the fact that more grants have been discovered that can be pursued, and there's also something might back off from being 80% complete back to 60% complete because there's more work that needs to be done in order to get licensing or new issues have come up that Dean Flores' influence is extremely helpful. Dean does spend much of his time in Sacramento. The district manager has traveled several times, but to have somebody on the street there every day or every week saves a lot of travel. And I do know the executive committee has several conference calls. Do you have 1 a month or 2 a month?
We meet with him in person once every other month, and we have phone conference once a month. And I think the general manager talks to him just about every other week. Is that true?
And is the executive committee confident that he is pulling his weight?
Yes, and we did renegotiate his agreement so that we were not paying as much and not having him do as much in so many different directions, so that he's much more focused on what we really need him to be doing.
Thank you.
And if I may, Madam President, we have a lot of fish to fry in Sacramento right now. We've got the renewal of our appropriation permit for extraction of water from the 2 watersheds. We've got an issue dealing with state parks in terms of access to one of our well sites that for some reason has been not considered yet by state parks, and a host of other issues. If the general manager was going to Sacramento on a regular basis to put out those fires, the general manager would have no time to devote to anything else here in Cambria in terms of his job. Not only that, but the expense associated with the general manager going to Sacramento on a regular basis would be rather prohibitive. So I think, on balance, Mr. Flores is well worth what we're spending.
Director Farmer?
Oh, I guess we just have a difference of opinion on that, but I'll just want to move on. I don't want to take a lot of time here. I know I already am. I just want to point out one more expenditure with regard to ending in the month of September.
We're on
page
the
40.
general manager's report?
Yes, page 41, I think it's still the general manager report, expenditure report. So I was just noticing here, once again, Abalone Coast Analytics, I believe we paid them $24,000 in the month of August with regard to testing out at the SWF. And I see here, well, it's for the SWF this time, it's about $10,000, but $9,000 was for some radium testing. You know, I looked at that and I'm thinking, God, we could probably channel Madame Marie Curie to do some radium testing for less money than that. But that's just my humble opinion. And then finally, if I could, going to page 59, it's the final page of it's the expenditure summary. And I just want to point out that total SWF operations, total SWF project.
Oh, I don't have it. I replaced it with something that.
Is, right, is about $120,000. But then we include the SWF loan payment, which unusually, I thought it was like $55,000 a month, but it says here $140,000. Patrick, you have any idea why it's a little bit higher? Isn't it usually $55,000 a month? I'm actually looking at page 59 and what was handed out here.
There is a green sheet on that, but
Yeah, expenditure report.
Oh, that's what I'm looking at.
so what do you think we should do, Harry?
Yeah, it's the same thing right here, okay? These 3 items are exactly the same here as the handout is what's in here. So I'm asking 2 questions, if you'd like to use my microphone. So I guess what I'm asking you is, usually it's like $55,000 a month that we're paying, right?
Okay.
On the loan? So
No,
why?
no, we have 2 payments here on the loan. It's paid semi-annually.
Paid semi-annually,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
And that's what the 140,000.
Instead of $55,000 a month.
Right, yeah. I'm not sure where the 55 a month is coming from. But we pay it biannually, twice a year, every 6 months.
Okay,
That's
so,
why
so,
it's
n-
the way is a loan payment.
well, now I'm really confused because if you say we only pay it semi-annually, then I would think 55 times 6 is like $330,000. Am I wrong? I mean, I don't, I feel like people might out there be getting bored with Harry Farmer is just asking these questions and making these comments, but I'm just getting a little bit confused here with these numbers. But I'll just accept your explanation.
Well, maybe what we can do is we can set up a meeting so that we can clear up some of these things, because it's important to make sure the numbers are right, and that we all understand what they are and why it would be different. Would that be okay?
Yeah, Patrick and I'll get together. I'll eat some of his pretzels, and we'll chat about finances.
And we'll make sure that it's a clear report, because I appreciate the extra information that's on here, and you know, we're still working out some of the kinks from some of these things. Thank you, Patrick.
That's all I have for the general manager's report. Thank you.
I wanted to make a comment on, there's just one little note, and then we're going to move forward with the agenda that I had. It's in the district engineer's report on page 7 near the bottom. It's about the influence screen. I just want to say to the district engineer, I really appreciated this particular phrase, because it made me feel comfortable that we are working on trying to reduce our expenditures. What it says is, following receipt of a bid on August 9th, 2017, which was well above budgeted estimate of $85,000. I'm on the bottom of page 7.
Thank you.
Estimate of $85,000. Staff developed a proposed cost savings changes to the project. These were subsequently reviewed with FRM. As a result, the installation cost is now estimated at approximately $85,000 to $125,000 versus the original bid amount of $337,000. As of the date of this staff report, further discussions are still needed on how to best implement cost reduction changes. Meaning, he's trying to stay within the budget, and I very much appreciate that, even though it would be just easier to have a budget change and go to the 125. I appreciate that you're working on those cost savings, so I just wanted to recognize that. And I don't know if that's you or the general manager, but it's in your report, so.
Thank you very much. Somebody.
Does anybody else have anything that they would like to address on the general manager's report? Then we can move along as soon as I find my agenda.
While you're finding your agenda, I just want to say that Bob Greshams really works hard for this district. Thank you.
I agree.
Yeah, I think all of us do indeed. Ad hoc committee reports, does anybody have any reports from ad hoc committees?
You know, Jim, we met with General Manager Gruber, and I totally forgot to bring that information.
Oh, yeah, we did. And what we were talking about, the distribution system for the water side, and in the general manager's report, I think on that same page you were referring to on page 7, they're replacing one of the last steel or iron high pressure lines, and with one that has been repaired over and over and over again, has all these bandages on it. And they have now a 4-inch plastic line. Turns out that the entire community, other than one other, I believe, it has all been turned into PVC piping, high schedule PVC piping, which is very good and modern. So in Justin's review, he thought that the delivery system is in very good shape. He's concerned about the one last pipe up somewhere. But it looks like over the years we've been doing the right thing for the distribution system. Of course, we still have our issues with the wastewater plant and the CIP. Justin is confident that extending the Stewart Street tank, although a Band-Aid, he doesn't like that. We don't like that. We'd like, Jason, we'd like to make sure that we get that replaced in a few out years, but in the intermediate term, it'll be much better, in much better shape. So 3 to 5 years, we'll make sure we got the money and replace that. That was my recollection. I did attend the NCAC meeting. I forgot exactly. Oh, the NCAC meeting was outside in the cold, in the bitter cold. So they went through, because somebody, I shouldn't say that. The room wasn't open, so it was held in the parking lot. And I remember Supervisor Gibson saying that was the second worst conditions that he had attended an NCAC meeting. But, and it was brief and covered the issues.
All right. The IT ad hoc committee did meet also. That's Director Behringer and I to talk about the replacement of the servers. We had a presentation from Techtegrity who's doing the server replacement, and that's on the agenda today, so that we should be able to speak to that in a fairly informed way, but I'll
Right.
leave the rest of it for
Let me
there.
add to that. I think
Yes.
out of that, we were just, I believe we were discussing it, or maybe it was myself with the general manager. In the general manager's report, he has these requests for public information, and at the IT meeting, we did discover the fact that we are electronically scanning all of those documents. Subsequently, the general manager did say that it is searchable. And I think an effort to eliminate or reduce the amount of public records requests should be able to give the general public an easy way. I think it can be done now, but an easy way of finding all official documents. And if we do have an office in the new location, we should have it open and welcome. And we'll talk about that later, but searchable information that's easy on our website.
Great. Are there any other ad hoc reports or liaison reports? Okay. Yep. If you'd like to provide, if you have any information you would like to share, this is the time.
Well, I know the Forest Committee President and Vice President are out there in the audience, so they'd probably get on my case if I didn't report that we discussed at the recent meeting on October 11th the fire break that has taken place out on the western part, the 200 acres of the Covell Ranch, and many of us have gone out there and taken a look at it, and it seems extremely excessive what happened. It was a 100-foot clearance, and I understand the concern about fire. I think we all have that for sure, but the entire understory was destroyed. There are no trees there, it's just dirt. Also, something rather interesting, there's actually this insect called the shoot-tip galling fly, and what it actually does is retards the growth of Cape ivy when they lay their eggs there, and I'm only saying that because one of the problems that is needing to be addressed where the eucalyptus is being cut down is the continuing growth of Cape ivy, yet there's actually this insect that will retard the growth of it, so I just thought I would bring that up. Also, there's going to be a Cambria Community Council grant application meeting at the Santa Rosa Catholic Church this coming Monday, October 30th at 6 p.m. The Forest Committee has also developed a job description and application for a forester/forest ecologist that is pretty complete in what the needs would be. And then finally, they're working on speaker invitations to start early next year with regard to letting the community know in an even more informative fashion how the forest works, how to enjoy it, and how to protect it. And then, if I can find it here, really not much to report from the Friends of the Fiscalini Ranch Preserve. They had a lengthy special meeting this past Saturday to establish goals and objectives for 2018, and they won't be coming out for another couple of months, and so that's all I have to report there.
Thank you, Director Farmer. All right, well, let's move on to consent agenda. Are there any items to be pulled? I believe there's a correction to one of the items in the minutes, but I don't see anybody needs to pull anything. So if we can just make the correction without pulling the item, is that okay? So if you look on page 60, and this was actually pointed out to me by the new director. I just didn't want it to pass by without getting it cleared up.
Good.
It says that Director Thompson was here on the 19th, and I don't believe that Director Thompson was present on the 19th.
No.
I believe he was already out of. Did you get that, Ms. Madrid? Wonderful, thank you. So with that one change.
With that, Madam President, I move that we, as amended, we approve the consent agenda.
Second the motion.
It's been moved by Director Behringer, seconded by Vice President Sanders to approve the consent agenda. Can we have a roll call, please?
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Since I wasn't here, is it appropriate for me to vote on that, or should I abstain?
You can do either. You would be permitted to vote on it, but if you're not comfortable doing so, that's fine.
I vote yes.
Director Farmer?
Yes.
President Rice?
Aye, thank you. That passes 5-0, and we are on to regular business. Thank you very much for everybody's patience. We're going to start General Manager Gruber, item 7A.
Yes, ma'am. Is it-
By the way, there were no public comment requests to speak on any of those items. I just want to make sure that I didn't skip over anybody as far as I can tell.
I'm going to introduce this, Madam President and Board, and then I'm going to turn it over to District Council Tim Carmel, and then Patrick, our Finance Manager, just has a couple PowerPoints prior to Alex Handler from Bartle Wells giving his presentation. So item 7A is discussion and consideration authorizing staff to approve a consulting services agreement with Bartle Wells and Associates to prepare a rate study for water and wastewater rates and capacity fees. District Council Carmel?
I'll be brief because there are two other speakers. The last time we considered a rate increase, water and wastewater rate, was in 2016. February 2016 was when we had the analysis. It was really dedicated primarily to operational issues, although it did give some limited consideration to repair, maintenance, and major capital improvements. It largely left that aside for the future. We're here now. You have in your packet two separate proposals. One is simply for the water and wastewater rate and capacity fee study. That's for $55,000. The second is inclusive of parks, recreation, open space, firefighting, build-out reduction program, and acquisition of open space. That's for $68,000. Alex Handler's here from Bartle Wells. I think he has a presentation, and I think Patrick also has some information for you. So we'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Carmel. Did you have a question for Mr. Carmel? Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. O'Reilly.
Madam President, members of the board, I'm waiting for the ORAD. It's just a brief summary of what Council Carmel just went over. We should be looking at the fire truck, right? Okay, do you have a cover? There you go. There's two proposals included in the staff report. The first one is a proposal for $54,000 that includes 5 tasks, A, B, C, D, and E. It also includes estimated expenses, travel, that sort of stuff, $1,500 for a total of $55,500. The tasks are outlined there. They're basically the same that we did 2 years ago, with the exception of we're going to put emphasis now on capital improvement projects. We think that's, we didn't do that the last time. It's really important. We're seeing the results of that now. We need to have emphasis on capital projects. The second proposal is the same proposal that we're showing here. Monique, can we get that? There we go. Except it's added $12,000 for development impact fees in Park and Rec and other areas that they talked about, fire, for a total of $66,000 plus $2,000 in expenses for a total of $68,000. So, but we want to emphasize that we're not restricted. Alex Handler's here. If you want a different combination of tasks, he's amenable to doing that. It's up to whatever the board decides they want to pursue. And Alex doesn't actually have a presentation. He's just, but he will answer any questions you have.
Patrick, can you go back to the first proposal?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
But it-
Mr. Handlers, welcome. Thank you for coming down today.
Yeah, nice to see everybody and new board members I haven't met before. But I am available to, I wasn't planning on giving a presentation, but to kind of walk through what the general scope of services would be for the various tasks, if you want it, or I'm just happy to answer questions at the board's pleasure.
Could I ask either the finance manager or yourself, Alex, what the fee was for the previous study? Do you recall?
I think we had various previous studies. There was like a separate connection fee study. There was a study of miscellaneous fees and charges. Maybe those were around
The last one, the one that was...
20,000. Maybe that was around 35,000 just for the rates alone.
Right. Right. I just happened to have looked at that
think so,
today. I wanted to look at the last rate study, and it had a lot of statistics, and it was pretty long. And it was the final presentation I think you gave prior to the Prop 218. And there was data collection on how the last 10 years' worth of rates, the last comparisons with one area and another. And I thought that personally, I thought that this rate study would come in significantly under the last one because all of that data collection has actually happened. The only thing that you're really going to be adding to this, you already had a 10-year projection, so all you're doing is changing that 10-year projection for the capital improvement projects. So I have sticker shock, frankly.
You may be correct, because these are like not to exceeds and pretty standard fees. These are actually low compared to a lot of other firms' charges out there, but we only charge on a time and materials basis. And I'll tell you, I have many, many jobs. I come in under budget at the end. I think what was added for this that maybe was a little more extensive than some of the prior ones was I think we have like 7 or 9 meetings built in to make sure there's adequate meetings with staff, with subcommittee, and with the board, a number of public sessions. But
What's the required number of public sessions?
well, there are no required limits. You do have to have a Prop 218 public hearing at which you adopt the rates. But I think this community, as well as with many others,
Right.
wanted to have a more public process and get input along the way. So we did have a few meetings last time at which members of the public were there. We presented findings, draft results. We got input from board members and subcommittee members, and that's built into the process as well.
Okay, but
So-
let's say instead
but
of having a 10-year water and sewer financial plan, you only have an 8-year, because you already got it for the first 8 years already completed, and all you're throwing in there is all you're throwing in there is the CIP, and that's very important, and it's going to make an impact on rates. I understand that. And also, I was talking to the finance manager that we do have a loan that goes from wastewater to the general fund, and right now has a balance of over $400,000, and I think that would be something that should be in your plan to make sure that gets repaid back to the general fund. But yeah, I have sticker shock. The other thing is that I see that there's an option to put the next proposal. Do you have that one available? The next proposed piece? Okay, that was, but the infrastructure, the things like impact fees for, parks and rec and all that kind of stuff, isn't that normally a tax, property tax that people put on themselves, and it's not really a rate, a water and sewer rate?
I see it more as a development impact fee. It's kind of a charge that new connections to the system would pay. I think that's what the district was looking for. So when you do have a new development, a new property's being developed, they have to pay in for their share of infrastructure, water, sewer, and also some of the other ones, whether it's fire protection or parks and open space, lot reduction, I think was in there as well.
Right, but
But,
wasn't that covered too, where we went from a connection fee of $1,500 to $20,000? Wasn't that a study that had occurred maybe less than 5 years ago?
We did do a study, I think that was one of the earlier ones we did, probably approaching
2013,
5 years ago, 2013, okay, where there was an update to the water and sewer connection fees. But I don't think it addressed, fire protection, parks and open space and things like that. So we had actually submitted an initial proposal, and then, on hearing back from staff that there were some board members who were potentially interested in adding other fees to the mix, so that's why we came up with a second proposal.
None of which, we haven't collected a single fee, so maybe we should start collecting the old fee to start with, and then we'll worry about collecting a larger fee.
And that's.
That would be my.
Well, that's one of the reasons why we wanted to have it as part of the proposal, because there was some interest during the executive committee discussions on this, to make sure that we had the option, and then the board can make the decision whether the timing is right to set those, to work on the connection fees, which and from what I understand, what Patrick said, that each of these tasks that Mr. Handlers is amenable to an à la carte, so we wouldn't necessarily have to include that. The executive committee just didn't want to decide for the board, since the board needs to make that decision. So if that's where you'd like to go with it, then that would be, the capacity fee is essentially the connection, is that right? Or is that a different?
That's, those terms typically
renamed?
get used interchangeably.
I just want to make sure so that would be task D on the proposal. So if you want to delay that, it then does put less stress on the water and wastewater budgets.
Madam President, I don't want to be, what's that, pound wise and penny foolish, or vice versa. I think that we need to look at the connection fees. When we looked at the connection fees before, it was based on our understanding of the needs of the infrastructure and the capital improvement list. Well, it's been updated and significantly improved and things.
Changed with the big
Yeah, so
project
I
out
know,
there.
I can appreciate Director Behringer's sticker shock. I really can. But I'm afraid we're heading down the same path we did last time, when we start looking at rates and then we start saying, well, maybe we shouldn't do this and maybe we shouldn't do that. We're going to wind up sitting here again 2 years from now going, well, woulda, shoulda, coulda. And I know I'm sensitive to it. I really am.
And these are not to exceed amounts. And I would like to just personally say, I've done a fair amount of research on companies that do this, that provide this service for different water districts, and Bartlewell's is definitely more than competitive when it comes to the pricing, and does a really thorough job in making sure that everything is substantiated. I think having more opportunities to communicate with the public is worth the extra $7,500 or whatever it is, so that we make sure that the whole community is aware of what it is that we're trying to pay for, especially since it was so recent that we did a rate study.
May I expand a little bit on that?
Please.
Impact fees, we have a fire department, we have a sewer plant. Everybody looks at Templeton and says, oh, they're at $35,000, but they don't have a sewer plant, and they need to make they need to actually install one. Whereas our present ratepayers should not be are burdened, and all future ratepayers are going to be evenly burdened by the fire department and the infrastructure we have. There is a large piece of infrastructure that needs to be paid for, that's new, that's going to allow additional connections. But it seems like the math to do that is not that extensive.
You
I'm
may
just
be
saying,
right, if I could just interject.
Sure.
And certainly, I've got many agencies I've worked with over and over for a number of years, and we do reuse what we can if we've got stuff set up, but we do try to be thorough. There's going to be new water and sewer analysis to factor through, but I'll give you my word. We will keep the costs as low as we can, and I have many, many clients I've worked with. We kind of, when you're coming into a project, you don't always know what you're going to anticipate. So you have to put what you think is a reasonable budget. But oftentimes, there are circumstances, hey, everything went smoothly. On other occasions, there's a strange twist and turn, and I'm remembering the last rate study. We started working on water and sewer rates maybe even a year prior, but then this whole, the drought hit, and there was the need for like emergency water rates, so our study took like a turn in a different direction, and, you know, we're happy to do everything we can within the budget, and often we end up do more than what's initially proposed in here, but I'm going to agree with you. There is a lot of material, considering I didn't realize how, you know, just a couple of years back, that we are going to be able to reuse, update. It's almost like updating all the projections that I think will take us significantly less time than if we were starting with a brand-new agency from scratch. So it's
And I will
legitimate
mention,
observation.
I will mention that the presentations you've made are excellent, and the work you produced is excellent, and we've been successful in Prop 218s, and that's important. But I just wanted to say it.
Is anybody, Vice President Sanders?
I think I share Jim's, Director Behringer's sentiments, but I'm comforted by the fact that this is a not-to-exceed proposal. So given the history that the district has with Bartles and Wells, I'm sure that you'll work overtime to keep the cost down. That's kind of an oxymoron, isn't it?
Aren't you glad you're here?
You work overtime, but you won't get paid for the overtime. My perspective is this. In about 18 months, the board is going to be faced with the big decision on whether or not to end the Water Code 350 moratorium and open up the water wait list for issuance of intent to serve letters. Let me say, over the last year or so, I've detected a subtle change in the debate about the moratorium. It seems that the debate now is not so much whether the moratorium should continue, but how many intent to serve letters should be issued every year. Is it going to be a 1% growth rate, which would be about 39 or 40 intent to serve letters every year? Or will it be something less than that? Maybe 10, maybe 20, maybe 30, who knows? I'm also encouraged that the debate about issuance of intent to serve letters has centered around resource availability. What's the impact on our resources on an annual basis? How many intent to serve letters can the district issue every year consistent with the resources that are available? And that's very healthy consideration, a very healthy debate. So having said all of that, I think the district, the board, needs to be in a position to make the decision on whether or not to lift the moratorium. And I can't fathom the board not lifting the moratorium because it won't be legally sustainable after the Coastal Commission finishes with consideration of the SWF. And the board needs to be prepared. And being prepared means to have the latest, greatest rate study and connection fee study available so that the board can equitably assess connection fees as intent to serve letters are issued.
I don't have any public requests to speak. If anybody would like to speak on this item, you need to get a speaker slip in. I'm going to just say this. Our experience in 2014, when we split apart the rate study for the emergency water supply and the regular rates, that kind of shows that maybe 18 months out, it might be premature to be looking at the capacity fee and development impact fees. The reason to do it together is partially so that the analysis relating to the 10-year financial plan and the capital improvement projects, it's more easy to see how the new connections might offset the costs that it's going to cost everybody on rates. Because if we don't ever issue a single new water meter, then the rates are spread among the current residents and no additional. So the burden is higher because there's fewer people to pay. So I can see the argument going both ways. If we were to not do the capacity fee update and the development impact fees, that's 24,000. That doesn't have to be spent at this moment. And in 18 months, we could know much more about improvements that need to be done to the wastewater plant or the collection system or other things that might come up in the interim. And then we would have to do it again to make sure we include all of those, any additional things that come up. Director Berenger and then Director Farmer.
Yes, I tend to think that the community or the district has gotten tons of additional responsibilities ever since we purchased the ranch. We're accepting lots that we need to maintain or weed whack. You may not be familiar with a lot of this stuff. Carlos is running around trying to, I'm not saying Carlos is running around. The facilities and resources not only handles the vets hall, and I think that they've done a yeoman's job of keeping track of this, but they've been changing, their headquarters. They've been doing tasks that they never had before, and the taxpayers have never stepped up to the property taxpayers haven't stepped up to some things, including a new fire truck, or there's no additional fees that have been imposed for probably, well, since I've been here, I've never seen a new fee on there. And some people want to have a forest management plan, they want to have a forest manager, and there's a lot of things, and we want them. We want all those things. We just can't afford them in the general fund. So I would like to see those things, those impacts, being addressed by the property tax persons and not on the backs of a ratepayer. It hits the renters less. And so, the property owners, their properties increase, and the tax and the benefits they're all getting for the infrastructure, I think is a tax-based thing, not a ratepayer thing. That's just my opinion.
So, and the water capacity fee and the development impact fees would only apply to new development? Are those both, am I understanding that correctly or no?
Yeah, those type of charges, it's new development or redevelopment. So it's
Okay.
folks who are putting increased demands on the system,
Okay,
whether it's water or sewer, so it doesn't apply to the existing
okay.
ratepayers.
Okay, so my preference would be that we, sorry, Director Farmer.
Oh, go ahead and finish.
No, go ahead. I don't want to step on
Oh, you're in the middle of a sentence. All right, Mr. Handlers, thanks very much. It's the first time you and I have met, but I believe I attended the workshop that you held, and appreciate your expertise in this area. And I know you're going to help us as best we can. With regards to the 10-year financial plan, and I don't know, let me just ask you first off. I've briefly brought up some of the challenges that the district is facing financially, expenditures outpacing revenue, this type of thing. With regard to infrastructure, and these needs are, I appreciate what Director Berenger brought up earlier. He and I are on the ad hoc committee with regard to infrastructure, and we're very concerned about the future in this area of water and wastewater. And I just want to mention that, point out to you that with regard to capital improvements program, Engineer Greshams and wastewater supervisor John Alchin worked really hard on this capital improvements program that we all discussed at a meeting back in February. And it went out for about seven years, I believe, Bob. And this year, this current fiscal year, the plan was to spend about a little over $1 million, I think it was, here we go, about $1.25 million on infrastructure improvements at the wastewater plant. And yet what wound up happening was the district balanced the budget by basically pushing almost all of those improvements down the road. And the year after that, we were supposed to spend about $1 million. So we're already behind the 8 ball in that regard, which is very troubling, if you understand what I'm saying here.
This is the common story of many agencies, right? The finances are tight, it's the capital projects that get kicked down the road a little bit, deferred. You're right, so then you have more projects you still want to do in subsequent years, so I can relate to what you're saying.
Well, I'm glad to know that other people are, well, no, I'm not. I'm not happy to know that other, cities or districts are, up to their eyeballs in problems like this. That's not a good sign. I also want to, if I could, under, it would be on task C, evaluating, rate impacts. I guess my concern is, because I think a number of the people that voted for myself, that includes retired residents on fixed incomes. We have a number of hardworking families, especially, let's say, Hispanic people in this area, and they work in the service industry, whether it's motels, restaurants, doing gardening, that type of thing. And their ability, their capacity to pay increased water rates is much more challenging than, let's say, retired folks that are doing fairly well. They're fairly well off. How do we consider these issues? Because it seems like we are going to have to increase water rates. I'm just sensitive to those folks that are going to be impacted, I think, the most. Does that make sense?
It does, and again, this is a similar issue that a lot of communities have to grapple with. Some folks can easily afford a rate increase. We've got some areas where people spend thousands of bucks a month. They've got hundreds of thousands of dollars of landscaping. They don't seem to care. Then you've got other folks who are on limited incomes, scraping to get by, who $5 a month to them is a lot of money. That's money that's not available for their kids or for whatever. At the end of the day, these rate studies become a kind of a balance of competing objectives, because you want to fund everything, but you don't want to raise rates. So we're going to look, we could help evaluate different rate structure options, but it's not always the low users that are the people who are the, economically the ones who are, can least afford stuff. So it's challenging. You can't just give, the rates have got to be fair to everyone. You can't have rates that vary, but there are other avenues out there that some agencies have done with, for example, low-income discounts, things like that. Challenges there, you can't have some ratepayers paying more to subsidize reduced rates for others. So there are some legal challenges as well that I know your legal counsel is very familiar with. But these are exactly the type of issues that I think come to bear in trying to find a balance that people are comfortable with at the end of the day. Because if you want to do everything on one hand, it's going to it might result in other implications on the other side that you're not comfortable with. So sometimes there's never a perfect answer for this stuff, but you could at least try to factor it in and try to forge what you think is the best path going forward, keeping well in mind what the impacts are going to be on different types of folks in your community.
And that's part of the struggle that we have during the rate study process, that Mr. Handlers helps us work through, whoever's on the committee, to do that, because it is a consideration. It's part of what we considered the last time. I was on the rates committee the last time that we did this, and it is a balance and it's a struggle, but that's part of why we hire somebody to help us do this process, so that we make sure it's fair for everybody.
Mr. Handlers, yeah, I really appreciate your sensitivity in this area. Just one more thing. Under task D, where it talks about incorporate water conservation program, that's on page 85. By reducing, and during the drought, I think this would go back to late 2013, early 2014, and the district really was encouraging the ratepayers, the water users of this community, to reduce consumption, and we cut our water usage by about 38%, one of the highest in the entire state. And I think Cambrians took a lot of pride in that. However, we're not really pursuing that. We, the district, is not really pursuing that right now because, and this is once again another rock in a hard place. You ask people to conserve, their water usage goes down, therefore they're paying less in some ways on their water rates. And so there's the challenge, because our revenue is being lessened. But we want to encourage water conservation, yet, like I said, once again, between a rock and a hard place. But you're mentioning here reducing future demand by conserving freeing up water supply that can be used to improve reliability and/or serve growth. I know a lot of people in this town, when it was proposed back in, I believe it was 2014, by members of this board before I arrived here, that, well, you know, the people have conserved water now, so now we have a water resource and we can now open up intent to serve letters. And there's a lot of people in this town that said, we didn't cut back on water usage, so that water would be considered available to building new homes. So I'm just addressing this issue right here.
Well, I think that's not, that's going to be part of the discussion once we approve the contract. This is, the agenda item is to approve hiring Bartle Wells to provide us with a rate study, and these are the discussions that we will have to have during this process, for sure. I just want to make sure that we're on agenda here, which is to look at the approval of this. I agree with you. These are struggles that have to, and they're discussions that will be had during this process, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
I think that being in the proposal is an acknowledgement of that fact that those discussions are going to be happening, yes?
Yeah, and some of this is policy choice for the board. I'm not implying that if some people cut back, so you're going to give away the water to growth. That's why I said I think at reliability and/or new development, but a lot of the stuff at the end of the day, there's many different ways of getting from here to there with rates and rate structure. There's no single correct answer, so we do like to, I don't go back into our office and say, here's what it is. We're going to be getting your input along the way, so the end product is going to be reflecting your notion of what the correct balance is.
Director Wharton, did you have something?
Sure. Just a couple of questions that came up regarding the menu items, the bundle that you guys put together for us. If we indeed, and first off, I do appreciate that these are not to exceeds. I think that's important. And if we look at what President Rice had said, if we kick out $24,000, whichever 24,000 or whatever the amount is there an amount, is that a discounted amount we're getting because it's part of a package, or how much would that cost us down the road if we said, you know what, we made a mistake, we need to have that study?
That's a good question.
Are we saving up front, or is it just going to be like dollar for like dollar down the road?
It's a good question. I don't know if I have a perfect answer for it, but you're right. Certainly there are some economies of scale when you're coming to meet and present, and I know when we did some things in the past, we might have been you're doing water and sewer rates at the same time. Some agencies do those completely separately and independently from each other, so it's a whole separate series. But here we're going to try to do everything at once. So I don't know what the end result is at the end of the day. If someone was going to just do a standalone water or sewer capacity charge study, it would be more than typically $12,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then like how long start to finish will, once you, if we award the contract, how soon? That way, if we do decide that we will have kicked out 24,000 or whatever item out, but then we want to do it, are we looking at an 18-month schedule, and then we've got to add on another 18 months to pick up what we wanted to do in the initial place? I just want to know how long.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that long. I mean, and part of what drives the studies, obviously there's a lot of analysis that takes place, some which we could reuse from before, but there's going to be a lot of new analysis and new data. And there's going to be a process working with the district as well. And I don't know how long that process is going to take, but normally not 18 months. We do have some rate studies that go on because then all the data keeps changing. Often, I don't know if the goal is, it depends on what your goal was. When did you want to start getting these new rates in place? So we can kind of back calculate from there how long it would take. Sometimes these studies are, pedal to the metal for, a few months. Other times it's 6 months, 8 months, somewhere in that range. So it's hard for me to give a hard, fast answer other than I try to be responsive to what the agencies want in terms of the time frame.
So maybe, I don't know if this is a question for you or for the board, just to catch me up to speed, what kind of time frame are we looking at with this current proposal?
I think that was one of the things that would be early on in the process is, meeting with staff, having a phone conversation with the staff to get things going and putting together a schedule. So I don't want to I would defer to staff on
Maybe
that
a
at this stage.
clarifying question.
Yeah.
Would it make a difference if you were doing the capacity study and the development impact fees at the same time as you're doing the water and sewer rate study? Would
Oh, I
that
see what you're
slow
talking about.
down the rate study?
I don't think it would slow down the rate study. I think what you could
Okay.
opt to do is, as the rate study is progressing, you know, maybe the job's not completely over and you come back in another year, but you could decide at some point, hey, let's pull the trigger on the capacity charge study, or at the very least, we could take a look.
So
We're going to be
maybe
looking at the capital program and other things and seeing, are there substantial differences that are worth redoing a study at this stage? Or maybe you're pretty close where you need to be for now. So, you know, let's not go through the whole effort because the project dollars haven't changed that much. Or maybe they have. We can give you a rough sense of what the impact would be, so you'd make a decision whether you wanted to do a capacity charge study. Because sometimes we've done similar projects with other agencies, and you know, their capacity charge may have been on the books for a number of years, but you know, maybe they're escalating each year. And we're looking at the data where it's like, hey, you know, your capacity charges are more than adequate from what we see. You don't need to change them. So sometimes that does, I mean, it has happened where that element of the study gets, okay, let's leave them be, we'll drop them off for now. It's a possibility, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, Vice President Sanders. We do have a couple of requests to speak, just.
Sure. I think it would be very instructive for the community and the board to see the difference between what water and sewer rates would be in terms, especially in terms of capital expenditures, what water and sewer rates would be without the moratorium being lifted and connection fees flowing in, and what they would be with the infusion of money. I will bet my bottom dollar that the difference is going to be very substantial. What's the bottom line on your capital improvement project list? How much money?
For the 7 years,
Yeah.
I believe it's about $7.75 million,
It's $1 million a year.
approximately, yeah.
Okay. The operative question is, where's the money going to come from? There's only one source of money right now. That's water and sewer rates. If you don't lift the moratorium, if you don't have an infusion of connection fees, then you've got no place else to turn to finance your capital improvement projects. $1 million a year reflected in the rates is going to be a very significant increase in the water and sewer rates. So why not have the study done that updates the connection fees as well as the water and sewer rates, and then have Bartles and Wells give us a comparative analysis. What would the rates be without the infusion of connection fees? And what would the rates be with the infusion of connection fees? Makes sense to me.
Well, I would argue that having, if you're going to rely for capital improvements that we're already behind the 8 ball on, waiting until we can charge a connection fee for somebody is almost not an option. And I do agree with the reasoning that it does change the amount of rates, but all of us here know that the rates have been undercharged for long enough that we're in a bad position to begin with. Before we get into too much discussion, I do want to take public comment, and then if anybody has another question, okay. So Tina Dickinson, and it looks like my other request was for a different item. A different item. Yeah.
Good evening, Board.
Welcome.
Tina Dickinson. Welcome, Director Wharton. Good to see you here. A couple of things that I've been thinking about as far as money with this district. State Parks was offline for several years. They went back online last year. I'm looking at our production numbers, and I'm wondering, and I've asked State Parks through a public records request, to find out how much we have added in the past year to our revenue because State Parks is online with us. It should have made a significant amount of difference. They're our biggest water user, as I understand. Is that correct? May I have an answer on that? So that in itself, we should not be in the mess we're in. And by the way, the projected cash balance for June 30th, 2018 is not $4.5 million. It is in the agenda packet, and it is $2,028,301. It is not $4,800 as it was a year ago. A year ago, we had $4,858,234. These numbers are in your packets. I'm not making them up. We've already had 116% 5-year rate increase, significant, in 2016. Before that, in 2014, we had a huge multi-million-dollar, $13.34 million with interest that we, Cambrians, are paying for. We have nothing to show for it right now because there is no water being produced from that. However, we are paying for it, and we will be. I really, to have Mr. Handler come back after being here just not too long ago, it seems, for a rate study. Why are we paying again? Can't we get this thing figured out? That was a 5-year rate increase. What is it that's going on in CCSD land financially that's causing us to have him come back and to perform another rate study, another rate increase, and my goodness, to be talking about adding to that to lift the moratorium when we don't even have a CDP is ridiculous. It's outrageous and it's illegal. So good luck on that. And we have a departing member of the board who's suggesting it. I think that should be totally disregarded. So the other thing is, Mr. Director Berenger, do your homework. Templeton does provide water and wastewater.
Yes, they don't own a sewer treatment plant.
But they provide
their
wastewater.
sewage is treated
Can we
in
please?
Paso Robles. Thank you.
But they do charge for water and wastewater.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson.
Thank you.
May I make a comment? The comment about nothing to show for the SWF, I think, is completely
If you have a comment
misplaced.
on the agenda item, I don't think we need to respond to
Well,
accusations.
all I'll say is it's there for purposes of a supplemental water supply in the event of a drought.
Really?
Can
Yes.
we
It
please?
isn't even functioning, Mr.
Excuse me, Ms.
Sanders. It
Dickinson.
isn't functioning.
Excuse me.
You don't have a
Miss-
CDP, you
excuse
don't have
me,
a place
Ms.
for brine
Dickinson.
waste disposal.
We do
No,
have-
if he's going to make a comment to me, I have a right to respond.
I'm sorry,
And excuse me, both of you, please stop.
We do have a
That's
This is
CDP.
not the time for discussion right now, please.
Well, I think
Please, Vice President Sanders, this is not the
I
time
think the
for the
perpetuation of the
discussion.
big lie has got to stop.
It isn't a big lie.
I would like to propose that the board approve having Bartle Wells perform Task A, Task B, Task C, and Task D. That includes the initiation and data collection, the 10-year water and sewer financial plans, the water and sewer rate analysis, and the presentation reports and rate implementation, and leave out for the time being the capacity fee and the new and the development impact fee. And I would like to say the reason we're doing this so soon on the heels of another rate increase is because as the rates committee, we chose to leave out the big chunk of money that was required for capital improvements in that study, knowing that we would have to come back fairly soon again to do this. Now, the addition of because there's an escalator, not the kind you ride on in a mall, but an escalator each year for the rates to go up, I'm sure that will be folded in or essentially canceled out because we'll have a new rate study that will cover those costs that we had intended that we were getting with those annual increases, every year for 5 years. General Manager Gruber, did you have something?
Yes, Madam President. Just as a point of consideration, the other proposal includes funding for the fourth firefighter on the engine, also work on the ranch and the build-out reduction program. So those are an important components, and I didn't know if you overlooked that or just don't want to address that right now, or.
Well, I would like to see us do the water and sewer rates right now. I know that the fourth firefighter is something that we need to look at, but it's not something that we can put into our water rates.
I believe it's a separate proposal that was
Right.
presented by Bartlewell, so but you're absolutely right, it's not part of the.
So if somebody would like to make a motion,
Well, just a comment. I just don't see how you can independently do a study on water and sewer rates without some anticipation of what connection fees would be in the event the moratorium is lifted. The assumption has to be that the moratorium's not going to be lifted, that the capital improvement project list will be funded primarily out of water and sewer rates with the somewhat minimal connection fees that are currently on the books.
I think the fact that we're doing a 10-year plan, the 10-year plan will include the fact that we will be, during that 10-year period, lifting the moratorium.
So what are the connection fees going to be?
Therefore, the steepness of the water and sewer rates, when we're looking at it, won't have to be as high in the longer run. And I sincerely would hope that we had learned the lesson that we learned when we had the change with the emergency water supply, where we've got that has to definitely be built into the connection fees because it's not there yet. We are too far away from the connection fees to be able to count on any of that money anytime in the next 2 or possibly 3 fiscal years.
No, but you're going to have to make assumptions.
That's right.
You just said that you're going to
That's
have a
right.
10-year plan.
It's all based on assumptions.
You're going to make assumptions. What are your assumptions going to be about connection fees?
The assumptions will have to be that the connection fees are going to be what they currently are, which is just there's not a perfect answer.
Well, then you're
for
going to
this.
you're going to have rates based upon an assumption about connection fees that presumably are lower than what they should be. So your rate structure is going to be skewed.
President Rice, is that a motion that you've made, or you're looking for a motion? Okay.
Did you have something, Mr. Handler?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to chime in that it's, once we develop the base case financial projections, it's very easy for us to look at what if the connection fee was higher? What if we had no growth? What if we had high growth? What if we phased in the capital program, et cetera, and see what the rate impacts are under different alternatives? So we can try to address, I think, what everyone's looking for, and regardless of what you choose to go with the study.
But, Mr. Handler, the money that you spend doing that analysis is going to drive up the cost of the study. So why not just do the study on what the connection fees ought to be?
Yeah, I think going through a whole, to be honest, I think going through a whole connection fee study is its own beast over here. But if we're doing the rates and we have a financial scenario, once we have that, it's easy to put in different assumptions that the board's telling me to put in. But you're right, what would it be? We can make a reasonable guess, I think. I'm just trying to figure out that, I don't know. In a perfect world, maybe you'd do everything. But in a world where you're, trying to keep the cost down, maybe you'd put the connection fee study off if you wanted to. Again, and look at the numbers and try to come up with, hey, here's a rough guesstimate of where
And
it
without
could
knowing
be.
when you'd be able to put a connection fee in, for, no matter what the amount is, without knowing when that connection fee would start coming in, the 10-year financial plan is going to be guessing anyway.
Good heavens, we're talking about $12,000 here.
Director Barringer?
I'm comfortable with the president's direction to just do the first four items, and I've seen it before where we will see that Bartles and Wells will have a worst-case scenario, which is going to be a sticker shock, which might be sticker shock like I saw here, but will be an assumption that we don't get any connection fees, and it's an Excel spreadsheet that if they said, okay, in 2021, if we got $1 million worth of connection fees, it's just an Excel spreadsheet change. In the years that we can start getting rates that can cover water and wastewater, and if people feel that they need some relief, the relief will come from growth. So rates can always go down. So I'm comfortable with the president's proposal. I'm not going to make that a motion, but if someone, it's 6:10 and we're on this first thing.
Then, I mean, if you're not going to make the motion, then I will. I move that we approve a contract with Bartle Wells and Associates to include Task A, which is project initiation and data collection, Task B, which is the 10-year water and sewer financial plans, Task C, which is the water and sewer rates analysis, and Task D, presentation reports and rate implementation.
Madam President, I don't think you included the miscellaneous cost associated with travel and things
And
like
the estimated expenses.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Further discussion?
I just want to make this comment. It appears that, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what's been said here, but some people are questioning the need for this study, considering there's so many questions on the horizon with regard to what monies will be available. I see here with regard to the cost estimate for doing this project for Mr. Handler's is $55,000, which is about what we pay every month until the year 2034 for the water facility that we have. I just wanted to draw that interesting comparison. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Director Wharton?
I second Greg's idea for looking at connection fees, how that might affect rates down the road. I think data is knowledge and knowledge is power in this sense. That way we can stop playing a woulda, coulda, shoulda, how much would we have, and just get some real data behind a study like this. I think I'd like to see it go that way.
All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll call the question. Motion by me and seconded by Director Farmer.
President Rice?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Barringer?
If this is a not to exceed, and you, at the end, and during this, because I saw you do this before, you just change a number in an Excel spreadsheet, making an assumption on year 5, if you got an extra amount of money, here's the lower level. But the Prop 218 is going to be at the maximum level, right? If we were to have no connection fees in the assumption on year 5, 6, 7, or 8 out there, then the voter, when they vote on the new rates, they're going to vote on the rates that are the highest based upon no decision to add revenue in the out years in case of growth.
Yeah, on the Prop 218, those would be the maximum rates you could charge under that scenario or whatever the final scenario is. And if you did get revenues down the line, you don't always have to implement the full Prop 218 rates. Agencies typically do, but on every blue moon, something like this happens and, hey, they can get by with a little
Right.
bit lower.
And so now all of a sudden, if we start adding connections at some, we could take those funds and use them for additional infrastructure support if we wanted to, without going through another 218.
Correct.
With that said, aye.
Director Sanders.
No.
Vote passes 4-1. Thank you. I would,
Madam President?
with no objection from the board, I would like to move to item E next, because I know there's a lot of folks here for that. General Manager Gruber?
On item 7A, just a point of clarification, so you don't want to discuss the second proposal, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we didn't miss that.
Is there any objection from the board to moving to item E next? E next, because I know there's some folks here that have been patiently waiting for E and F. I'm not hearing any objections, so we're gonna go,
None.
we'll do these and then we'll go back to B then.
If there's no objection.
I'll go ahead and introduce item 7E.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Discussion and consideration of adoption of Resolution 41-2017, approving leaseback agreement with this Municipal Finance Corporation and its affiliates for the 900 Main Street, Cambria property. District Council Carmel will give a brief overview of this, but we also provided you some green sheets that Patrick put together, and Patrick's here also because we want to discuss some alternative, some possible alternative options presented to the board. So with that, thank you, Tim.
Madam President, members of the board, very briefly, as you know, on Tuesday of this week, we received notice from Municipal Finance Corporation that our application for financing had been denied. So there's really no action on this item. You can take public comment, but there's no action necessary. That's also true with 7F because they're functionally interrelated, and without financing at this point, we can't go forward.
Okay.
Well, there were some options discussed about going forward.
Well, if the board would be interested in adding an item to the agenda, such as consideration of waiving the financing contingency, then we could have that discussion. That would require some findings, and it would require a 4/5 vote.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, we did not acquire the loan, and we're talking about the contingency being a clause in the sales agreement with the county. Is that right?
That's correct.
That's,
for-
and that's number 5, I think, in the county agreement.
That's section 5.
So if we were wanting to somehow do something other than finance this, which we now know that is not a possibility, we would have to have a 4/5 vote on a motion that would have to have findings about why we would need to be changing that.
Yes, I can walk you through what's necessary under the Brown Act to get you there if the board so desires.
I just want to make sure that the folks that are here and watching understand what it is that we're talking about.
I think we
Director
should, I think
Berenger?
we should get public comment on 7E, and then discuss our options.
Does anybody have any questions before we do that?
And
right.
then for clarification, if 7F isn't that related? What if we just wanted to dispose of some properties for future funding of a, in other words, what we said is bring back some properties that may be eligible for sale so that we can fund the improvements. It probably says improvements, doesn't it?
Well, let me read the description so we know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. That's discussion and consideration to declare district-owned properties surplus and to sell one or more of them to pay for the purchase
for
and
the purchase,
renovation
okay.
of the library building.
All right, I understand, but nonetheless, if there's anybody that wants to comment on 7F, could they?
Absolutely,
Okay.
and we're going to do,
So let's
and
go
we are
7E.
going to do that.
Okay.
So I'm going to first take comment on 7E, and we're going to start with Sam Shalhoub.
Madam
Did he
President?
have to leave?
He asked me to tell you that he's sorry he had to go to rehearsal.
I'm sorry we didn't get to him. All right. All right. So then next up, I've got David Sassaman, followed by Diane Brooke.
Madam Chairman and Board, my name's Dave Sassman, and I live here in Cambria. I've spent the last 2.5 years as secretary of the Cambria Lions Club. We have looked at the situation where of the property that has the library building on it. Well, next door to that property is a piece of property owned by the Cambria Lions Club. Our property is approximately 150 by 150. We are making moves to sell that property, and we are also aware that there are some problems with the purchase of the library regarding parking. So we discussed that situation, and the Lions Club is willing to adjust the boundaries of our land to add another 20 feet to the library property at no charge. That would provide additional parking, and it would provide access to the rear of the property. We are in the process of moving the schoolhouse. It's been accepted by the Historical Society. And Palmer Building there is now deserted. It's trailers, and we're going to move those trailers away. The consideration, what we're looking for, is to sell that property, which would go to the Lions Club, which would go for our support of sight, hearing, art beat, scholarships, and all the other things that the Lions Club do. So all the money that we would get from that property would go to charitable causes here in Cambria. To enhance our property sale, we're asking that we be assigned 3 active and transferable EDUs so that that property could be sold as a viable commercial property with adequate water. If that's acceptable by the board, I have submitted a letter to let you know that the Lions would approve this offer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Did
Question?
Diane yes.
You're-
Question, right? I don't want to back and forth, that's all.
Just a question.
Thank you.
You're talking about commercial EDUs, I take it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think next I have Christine Heinrich, because I think, did Diane leave?
Yes, Diane left.
I didn't move up, I didn't move the item fast enough up, sorry. Thank you. Ms. Heinrich,
Okay,
please.
thank you. This project creates several problems. The financial ones seem to be the most important right now. Director Farmer did ask the general manager about why this loan application was turned down, which he did not answer, and I was disappointed that Director Sanders then turned that into an opportunity to attack Director Farmer. We need to hear about why purchasing this building and refurbishing it is a higher priority than maintaining our water pipes, replacing the Stewart Street water tank, renovating the wastewater treatment plant, on hiring a forest manager to improve the health of our forest. The district remains over $8 million in debt for the emergency water treatment project. Those payments come to $329,000 a year, and the project continues to generate about $100,000 a year in expenses, even though it's not operating. The district has pledged the money it collects from the water fund, emergency revenues, and whatever additional is needed from the general fund to make that payment. The options for purchasing the old library building assume that progress on renovations will be predictable. Others who have examined the building caution about problems with black mold. Major remodeling projects such as this typically encounter problems that require more time and money to resolve. The board proposes to sell 3 properties to get cash to make these payments. The board has not given the community any estimates of how much they expect to realize from these sales, even if they are possible. The pocket park next to the post office is not suitable for a building. It's too close to the creek, it has flooded in the past, and there's a drainage pipe underneath it that presents possibilities of collapse. Moving the skateboard park to the new community park is very controversial. There's been a lot of discussion on social media. People like it out where they can see their kids playing. Dividing the land next to the emergency water treatment plant and selling part of it off may not be legally possible because that land is all committed to the permit application for the coastal development permit for the plant. The district needs new software for its operations. The wastewater treatment plant needs renovation, if not complete replacement. The district faces substantial financial challenges now. Buying a building that requires substantial renovation to move the district's offices is expensive. Cambria has other priorities that need to come before it.
Thank you, Ms. Heinrich. I appreciate your input. Bob Casper, followed by Tina Dickinson. I'm glad not everybody left that had put in a slip.
Hi, my name is
Welcome.
Bob Casper. I'm a realtor in town. I own the real estate company in Cambria, and I'm speaking on behalf of support of both the CCSD and the Lions Club and the town, to be honest with you. If this movement of the 20 feet works for the CCSD and it allows them to have access to the parking in the back, it would be helpful for you guys if you bought that property. It would be helpful for the Lions Club to have access in the back to allow for a potential future sale to someone if they want to buy this property, if there's the additional water, the 3 EDUs that we're talking about. So it would be beneficial for CCSD, it'd be beneficial for the Lions Club, and beneficial for the town because the Lions Club, as Dave Sassman said, is going to turn that money back around and donate it back into the town. Just for your own edification, in terms of EDUs, there has not been a commercial EDU sold in Cambria in over 5 years. So I can't give you, here's a comp that it's worth X thousands of dollars. I can say that we had one listed in town owned by Alvin, the pharmacy owner. It was listed at $75,000 and no one even kind of sniffed at it. So it's worth somewhere less than $75,000. There were 2 that were in a package deal that were valued at $25,000. That was 6, 7, 8 years ago. So my guesstimate, just for your knowledge, is that an EDU of water in Cambria, built now, like usable now, not on the water wait list kind of thing, it's worth somewhere between $25,000 and $50,000. So 3 EDUs then is therefore worth $75,000 to $150,000. But then that gives you guys the benefit of the parking and the access, et cetera. So just wanted to let you guys know that. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Wharton.
I don't know if this is for Bob or for Dave. Probably for Dave since he presented the offer from the Lions Club. Is there an expiration date on the offer? If we don't do the library building now, will it be there a year from now, 2 years, 5 years?
Can you please, so that we can get it recorded? Thank you very much, Mr. Sassaman.
To hold that property is approximately costing us around $2,000 a year. The Palmer Building is not usable and it's deserted. And we had one tenant in the schoolhouse, and that tenant's moved. So we have no prospects of income. And so the question is, well, how long can we wait before we start to put that up for sale as it is? We do have a water meter, but it is a low-level water meter. It's got 0.43 EDUs. So that really limits to a place, I'm told, that you can flush the toilets and have a sink. And so it's not commercially viable. And if it's commercially viable, we want to do that because that means we can sell it for a good, reasonable price, and we would then turn every cent of this money back to our city.
Thank you. I'd like to address something that Ms. Heinrich said, that purchasing the library is not entirely an option between infrastructure and not infrastructure, since we are paying rent now, which we wouldn't be paying once we move into the new building. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. Now, on the loan and what the explanation is why we were not able to acquire the loan, do we have an answer for that, Mr. Gruber or Mr. O'Reilly or Mr. Carmel or somebody?
Yes, the money that is in, and if I'm off on this a little bit, but the money that's committed to the general fund from property tax is already committed to the sustainable water facility as part of the agreement within that loan. So that was,
So that
yeah.
loan prevented us essentially,
Well,
or prevented the bank from wanting to loan us the money?
correct. At least under that financing option.
Okay. Director Berenger.
May I ask a question? I was talking to the finance manager earlier, and he mentioned that he was asked but didn't provide any security, and that made the lender a little bit nervous. But we do on the 7F, there are some properties that maybe we just have as security, perhaps even getting that lender back on the terms and conditions that he presented in the first place, or another lender to be looking at not only security of the library itself, but also possibly Van Gordon Creek or these other properties, and then get them back in. That's maybe Patrick, if you could say something to that.
One of the options that we discussed during the process was for us to put up collateral for this purchase. And at the time, we said that we didn't have any collateral. We didn't feel like we had property that was available. We could, if we could come up with appropriate property, then we could go back to the lender and discuss that option. I have no idea how they might respond, but we could do that.
Vice President Sanders?
Yes, if I can kind of offer an assumption. Sitting here thinking about this, I don't think the bank is as much concerned about collateral as they are about their availability to access a revenue stream to pay the debt service. It's when you go to buy a house, the house is collateral, but the bank also wants to see how you're going to pay the debt service on the loan. And because the general fund is encumbered by the existing loan on the SWF, the bank didn't feel comfortable with making the loan.
Thank you for that clarification. This agenda item is essentially moot because we cannot pass a resolution as it is because of the clause regarding the financing and the 45 days. And as Mr. Carmel had explained, we would need a 4/5 vote to add an item to the agenda to make a change to that clause, if that was the direction that folks want to go. Otherwise, we can move on to item 7F, since there's nothing we can do with the lease back and the resolution relating to the library and the sale. Now, I don't know, can you speak a little bit to I know the clause says 45 days so that's November 3rd. So can you speak to what happens if because this is essentially dead?
I can walk you through what you'd have to do to get something on the agenda. Okay, so there's a Brown Act provision that says if the board finds that there's a need to take immediate action, and that need arose after the agenda was posted,
Which it
and
was.
you can make those findings, then by a 4/5 vote, you can add an item to the agenda. In this case, I'll sort of run you through the facts that I know. We received notice on Tuesday from MFC that our financing failed long after the agenda was posted. The financing contingency has to be satisfied or waived, if you will, by November 3rd. There'll be no meeting between now and then. So based on those facts, I think you could make the findings necessary to add an item to the agenda, which would be consideration of waiving the financing contingency, which would mean you're purchasing the library without financing, unless you can acquire it afterwards, but it's not a requirement. You'd have to go through with the purchase.
Well, that doesn't sound like a very good idea.
I'm
Without
just
financing
saying.
or speculating on what properties we might be able to sell in this market. I mean, I wasn't looking for really anything other than what you just provided, but that doesn't seem very positive to me.
Just
Is
saying.
there anybody that would like a motion? I'm sorry. You are correct, Ms. Dickinson. I filed your slip before I called you up. Thank you for raising your voice so I didn't skip you.
Thank you very much. We've just had a discussion about the need for rate increases because we are not in good shape. To do something like this is like somebody that has nothing in their pantry and goes out and buys a Mercedes. And it makes absolutely no sense to myself, I think a lot of other folks in town. We can't keep going down this road of borrowing, no collateral. And I went through the EWS agreement, the financial agreement. And if one were to read that carefully, you would understand that maybe you're not even supposed to be going out for another loan. This is incredible. You also had a problem in the loan that you were attempting to get with Municipal Finance Corporation, in that, as is standard with most lending institutions, if not all, that no litigation should be current. We currently have litigation with the Muncie lawsuit. That's been going on for some time. So how is it we even were able to apply for a loan when we actually had current litigation occurring, and yet the clause, that particular clause said there should be none? That's bothersome to me because that's like we're covering up something. The point is we cannot afford this. I don't care how creative municipal finance is and how innovative they may be. We are in a mess. And you can't come to the residents, the ratepayers, and say, folks, we have to have Bartle & Wells here do another rate study because we're in a mess, but yet, guess what? We can do this. We cannot do it. And that's all I have to say. I mean, it's just common sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I would entertain a motion if anyone would like to make one. Otherwise, this item is done.
I think that we should take another moment here to consider this, because there's an offer on the table to make it so that this property at this moment, or yes, at this instant, the value of it could be raised considerably by allowing parking, behind and for both properties. The initial,
We have to have a motion to change the
okay,
agreement
I move that we
first, though.
change the agreement.
And add it, we have to have a motion to add it to the agenda because the findings that it was found, it was information that came to light after the agenda was published.
I move that we add to the agenda options to consider for purchasing, for waiving the, for purchasing the property, other options for purchasing the property.
Second the motion.
Okay, so it's been moved by Director Behringer and seconded by Vice President Sanders, and this requires a 4/5 vote to be added to the, Mr. Carmel.
If I can, I don't mean to interject.
Please.
But if I can just sort of modify that a little so we clearly get the facts on the record, just to supplement the motion a little bit. I jotted some stuff down.
That's essentially, you're just clarifying what the
Right, so that we have a
intention
record
is.
that
Yeah.
sustains what we're doing.
Thank you.
Based on the facts just stated, that notice of failed financing was received on October 24th, and the contingency financing contingency must be satisfied or waived by November 3rd, that you'd move that there is an immediate need to take action and consider waiving the financing contingency in the real property purchase agreement with the county.
So moved.
Second the motion.
It's been moved by Director Behringer, seconded by Vice President Sanders, and this does require a 4/5
4/5
vote.
vote.
Please call the roll, unless there's further discussion. Director Wharton, did you have something else to add? Okay.
Yeah, I see at the current time, the purchase of this library building is more of a want versus a need. Unless there's some glaring issues at Tamsin that I am not aware of. On my tour of it just earlier this month, it seemed to be adequate enough space. Everybody had their own working areas. I've gone through wants versus needs in my own business. And just because a good deal presents itself, the timing may not be correct for such a purchase. So,
Thank you. So let's have the roll call, please.
Director Behringer?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Yes.
Director Wharton?
no.
Director Farmer?
No.
President Rice?
No. The motion fails. We can move on to item 7F. All right. Item 7F, General Manager Gruber, please.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 7F is a discussion and consideration to declare district-owned properties surplus and to sell one or more of them to pay for the purchase and renovation of the library building. District Council Carmel, we went through I just got to say, we went through the agenda, and Tim was gracious enough to say, I'll do that. So I just don't want you to think that I'm not doing any of these staff reports. But
No,
I have a
yes.
few, so.
Expertise is important in these issues.
Well, I got expertise.
Again, item 7F is largely moot. No actions necessary on it because the purchase agreement.
Yeah, I do have some public comment on this item, and thank you for that comment. I'm starting with Mike Lyons, followed by Greg Wilson.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Regardless of the connection to 7E, I do think it's a good idea to get the CCSD out of the property holding business and to turn that into financial assets for priorities that would be set by the board in conjunction with the community. I would only make two recommendations, and that one would be that no water rights, whether commercial or residential, should be granted to any properties that are sold. Let the buyers acquire their own water rights by the commercial system we have, buying them on the open market. They're not that expensive, especially in terms of the commercial rights, that it would prevent a buyer or developer from buying a piece of property and assembling the number of EDUs that they need. Also, it's almost without saying, and that will be publicly noticed, I'm sure, that ratepayers should have a very strong voice in where any money is spent once these properties are sold.
Thank you. Greg Wilson, followed by John Ellers. welcome.
Thank you again. I think I need to, Greg Wilson, Cambria, thanks for being here this evening. Thank you for having an evening meeting so that we can attend, President Rice. Where to start? Hey, listen, I think the Lions are making you guys a great offer. I never heard about it, but it sounds like a good one, so you guys might want to consider that. That said, I have absolutely no objection to the identifying of surplus properties owned by the CCSD to be put up for sale. I'd just like to say I don't think our Cambria skate park is surplus property. And I really don't want to make our kids in our community the scapegoats for what appears to be a real financial problem you guys have. If you guys can't get a $500,000 loan, thanks for your comments.
John Ellers, followed by Christine Heinrich. Welcome. Thank you for your patience.
President Rice, thank you for having me. I'm president of the Cambria Historical Society, and I'm here to address the unincorporated property discussed, one of the three, and in particular, the Pocket Park at the end of Bridge Street. In 1994, the Pros Commission suggested that Cambria establish a historical park along Center Street. And the beginning efforts of that are the Cambria Historical Museum. And I think everyone in town would admit that is the jewel of the East Village. More recently, we have acquired the Majetti House at 2261 Center Street. That will soon be the Nancy Murray Research Center, where people can come to that, our office space, and research historical facts about our town and our history. I think that the Pocket Park, as a location for the 1881 schoolhouse, would be a huge addition to the town. It would anchor that end of Center Street as part of that planned historical park that I have the diagram here from 1994. Trying to get oriented. Yes. Up is north. Center Street runs this way. The museum is here at the intersection of Burton and Center. The Majetti House, or the Nancy Murray Research Center, is immediately adjacent to it. Of course, we have the green space park as part of that historical park. And here we see pictured as a gazebo in the Pocket Park. The Pocket Park, if the schoolhouse is located, it presents a view space down the length of a bridge that's outstanding. It would be non-Perel, in addition to anchoring Center Street for the museum and the historical park. There have been statements that it's not suitable to build on. I would take issue with that. We have studied the setback requirements from the riparian area of Santa Rosa Creek, and we satisfy those setback requirements. Not suitable for building on, I take issue with that. I've talked to Mr. Greshams, and by moving the existing culvert, by putting a dogleg in it, we can establish the building, the schoolhouse, within the setback limits. Further, by relocating the culvert, we recompact the soil and make it suitable for building. May I continue briefly? The current location of the schoolhouse is in a floodplain. Admittedly, this Pocket Park is still in the floodplain, but that is a lateral move. But the compensation, being a jewel for our town, is more than worth it. I propose that the district lease the property to the Cambria Historical Society, and in compensation for lease, which the property now is basically an annoyance to you, we will maintain it as a museum and properly care for the property, basically in perpetuity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. Christine Heinrich, followed by Tina Dickinson.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Historical Society for making that presentation. It really does sound wonderful, and I can imagine that lovely old schoolhouse at the end of the street. I am concerned about the flooding. Someone posted on social media some photos from 1994 that show that actually there was a CCSD building there, which was moved because it was in a floodplain and it had a problem. Maybe this culvert problem can be resolved through, new techniques. That would be great. I certainly think that having another facility for the Historical Society would be really wonderful. And if these things can be worked out, that might be a very good resolution. I haven't heard from the board or from the staff any estimates of how much money can be expected from these sales. And since the goal was to raise money, that seems like a central question that needs to be answered. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Tina Dickinson, followed by Jean Matula.
Am I already on?
Yeah, I believe. No.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Tina Dickinson, on this item, I'm unclear about what the district owns between the newer library, and the skate park. That piece of property that's in between, does the district own that piece of property? You don't know?
Yes,
We own that whole strip. Okay, great. All right, so I have an issue with that piece of property being sold because we talk about how the children, the young folks in this town, need some sort of recreation. That's the only thing that I'm aware of that the CCSD has had anything to do with in getting established for young folks. To take that away while we're putting in a giant park for dogs, which I have no objection to there being a dog park, but goodness gracious, I mean, the young folks don't have they don't have the right to recreate here. So that's huge, and I'm hearing it from younger families with children who use that park. So that's an issue. The Van Gordon Creek, why are we listing 105.5 acres? That is where our well fields exist in San Simeon. It's where our facilities exist. Why are we listing 105.5 acres, that APN number, on page 193, when it's only a portion? So talk about putting the cart before the horse. We need to get that zoned properly. It has to be dealt with planning. And the house is a tear down, the Spillman house. I mean, it's a disaster. So we need some appraisals. And on the Center Street, would county planning allow for that building to be actually placed there on that property, knowing that there's an issue with potential flooding, but also the size of the property? Is that a problem? I would say if the district's in such a hurry to sell properties now, that in order to have obtained a library after the fact kind of thing, why don't we start getting a list of the properties? Let's sell these properties off and say no rate increase. Let's get it from the properties that we own. Thank you.
Thank you. Jean, I'm sorry I can't read your last name. Could you please state your name?
Sure, it's Matulis.
Thank you.
Yes. Well, some of my comments dovetail to the previous speaker. One of the things I'm really concerned about, I heard that one of the primary reasons, or one of the reasons that CCSD was going to move to the, I guess the former library, was to have more of a presence in the community. Well, the fact is that we don't need the personnel of CCSD to have more of a presence. We need the water to be more present. And it really doesn't matter if we go up to pay our bill up there or we go to pay our bill down there. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. But also, I too am very concerned about the lack of resources for the youth. I attended a meeting last week in which there was tremendous concern about the lack of activities to occupy the kids. And if anything, that library building could be used as a youth center rather than just to have an established presence of CCSD, which you already do have an established presence. And I was talking to a young mother, a single mother of 4, who is just so distraught because she can't even pay her water bill. It's $400, and it just keeps going up. And to sell the skate park, which is one thing for kids, and then to not use that beautiful building to invest in our kids, that's a better and more beautiful way of using the resources. So I ask you to consider going into this direction of converting the library to another, just a building for the CCSD. And that's basically the essence of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I don't have any further comment slips on this item.
Having to pick up my children at the schools, my vehicle was quite popular this week once the agenda came out, and it was identified that the skate park was going to fall victim. I tried to assuage the people's fears that it's not going away. If it were, it would possibly just be moved. Not a time frame for any of that yet. And it was all contingent upon other things happening. But I did receive several comments. You know, it's a great spot on Main Street. It's highly visible. There's one thing that you can't do as a kid in town is you can't get away with a whole lot because we all police each other's. You know, that goes back to when my wife was born and raised here. You know, she couldn't do anything and get away with it. Not that she was a troublemaker, but the parents like that, the fact that we can all keep eyes and watch, and it's not out of the way. And I know Diane Brooks has some history that she has with some items about how if a park is located out of the way, how it can fall prey to vandalism and such like that. So I within about 5 minutes of talking with another parent, Brian Baumgartner, he was one of the more vocal ones. We kind of came up with a plan that we thought we could sell and retain the skate park in the same thing. There's several nonprofits out there that do skateboard park work. So maybe if we could have, instead of waiting for somebody to come purchase the building or the property, why don't we go forward and find somebody to purchase it for us and keep the skate park there as a condition of the purchase, maybe even expand the skate park into the dusty part that's there, that's currently a parking lot. I think that might be something to think about in the future. It'll keep it there, it'll keep it on Main Street. We can maybe improve it, and we could also maybe realize the sale of the property a lot sooner than if we were just to wait for somebody to come along and build something, because if we look at the Galleria building as a comparison, there's no parking for that that's very accessible. There's maybe 5 or 6 spots on the street, plus you have what's hidden behind that up-ramp. Woody's Pizza's come and gone. The Mexican restaurant's come and gone. The jewelry stores, Silver and Gold, I'm not sure. Yeah, has come and gone. Why? It's not a viable commercial location, I don't think. Medusa's is really the only thing that's been permanent there for a while. I think the same could be assumed about the new space, the 1.42 acres, if it were to go commercial. I think maybe we should keep it as a skate park. Many members of the public that I deal with, grammar, middle, and high school parents, have reached out to me. My phone's been really popular as well. So welcome to public service, right?
Indeed.
I'm happy to convey their messages to the board, to the public that's remained here throughout. I think that we should figure out what we want to do with that and maybe research, and I'd be happy to take that up as far as maybe reaching out to some nonprofits that do that. We have a professional skateboarder in Cayucas, Stacy Peralta. He's very highly thought of in the industry. I mean, in the 80s, that's when I knew about the gentleman. So maybe we could reach out to him. Maybe he knows of some income streams that you know, maybe we don't look for one partner. Maybe we look for a bunch of donations.
I know it would solve some problems if we could find somebody that could that could help manage that thing, because I know we've had issues with vandalism and the ramps not being always kept up. And
Well, wooden skate parks are archaic. They're not.
so
they're-
there's the other,
so-
the other
but-
thing that would
But
be
concrete skate
benefit.
parks are the way to go, and there's no maintenance on them other than occasional graffitiing, but whatever the board and the community's desire is, the wooden one has to go. I mean, we just can't, wooden skateboard parks are just, they're,
Well, and that's a
Yeah.
different conversation that will be had going forward. I'm really glad to have you bring a solution that may work.
Right. And-
Director Berenger?
Yes, I agree, and I think that the reason I was so strong on trying to buy the old library is because it would have started a chain reaction, which would have done a lot of things. And when we identified 3 properties that we wanted to identify 3 of the low-hanging fruit, so to speak, I still don't think the idea of getting rid of the skate park is a good idea, but I thought the one that would jump to the top would be Gordon Creek. It has a foundation, and a foundation is worth a lot, whether it'll hold a brick or not. It's $125,000 to even start digging something. So that particular house itself, I think surrounded by, we're not selling 107 acres, surrounded by open space essentially, I thought would be good to have an evaluation of our, what do you call it, an appraisal. So I think appraising that would make some sense. Also, having a nonprofit that could pick up the skate park and permanently have it there. If we can get some revenue from that, that would be great. And there are 3 EDUs on there that they may not need. So there could be some value there to a nonprofit, and I'd certainly support that. And the pocket park is another thing. We can't give something away, but maybe there's something we can work out with. Unfortunately, that first step, especially improving the value of the library and the Lions property, looks like it's passed. But perhaps on a future agenda item, we can come up with a plan to see if this thing does not, if something can happen in the next 5 days, before the expiration. I think we should explore it. I think we should even have a special meeting to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row.
And we can take that up at future
Okay.
agenda items, for sure. Yes, Director Wharton? Mike?
Jerry, General Manager Gruber, had mentioned that the wooden ramp has to go. It needs to be replaced. I just wanted to clarify that, not to, words are very important with some of these people, and the term has to go.
it needs to be replaced.
It needs to be replaced, I think, would
Yeah, would be
assuage some
better.
fears, yes.
That's skate talk, it has to go,
It
which means
is.
in skate talk, it needs to be replaced. So that-
Right, and, yeah, so what do we need to do to move forward on exploration of the skate park property and
So
what-
at future agenda items, you would make that suggestion,
Okay.
and then we can get it onto a future agenda.
I will.
Okay. Director Farmer, and then Vice President
Well, if he had his button pushed first, that's fine. So a couple of things. First off, the lady that last spoke with regard to perhaps turning the old library into a youth center, which I think would be an excellent idea. If I remember correctly, the Palmer building, which has now kind of been abandoned, which is basically adjacent to that area, was a youth center at one time as well. And I wish Diane Brooke, who ran the youth center, was still here so she could tell us about that experience and what happened that it no longer exists. I think, Monique, District Clerk Monique Madrid, did you have a statement from Diane Brooke? Perhaps you could read that. She's going to give us a little bit of history of the skate park.
Having a long history with the Cambria Skate Park, I can tell you it is a valuable asset to the community, especially to an extremely underrepresented citizen, our children. The fact that the CCSD does have a useful, used piece of property, it makes much more sense to me to keep the park. Given the state of our district finances, I strongly urge you to step away from the library project completely, as it seems to make no sense taking on such an expenditure when there is no dire need to do so. I researched the skate park for months before approaching CCSD about placing the park where it is. I called almost every skate park in California, Southern Oregon, and Western Nevada. Unanimously, it was stated to keep the park visible and supported. It is the loudest way to say, yes, we have children in Cambria. Yes, we support you. Please keep the skateboard park where it is. Thank you. P.S. I'm happy to share all my history with the park. I had to leave. Sorry, this is a lame writing.
Thank you, and I do have one other late request to speak from Michael Calderwood.
Just wanted to make sure I kept Mike Lyons engaged here. Michael Calderwood, Cambria. I have an observation and a question. I hear a lot of discussion about the responsibilities of this board, and I don't know that it's within your charter to be responsible for where the kids play or where they go or what they do. Isn't it the responsibility of this board to look out for the core things that you're signed up to do, water, sewer, infrastructure, et cetera? Why, it puzzles me why we have this conversation and these emotional pleas for the kids or for the folks who can't afford this or that. It's not your job, right? Your job is to look out for the business of the district. At least that's my understanding. I know I sound like a hard ass, but that's sort of the way I'm looking at it now. We've got many arguments for spending or not spending or this or that, but here we're having a discussion about non-essential things, assets that belong to the community, assets that could be applied. I'm puzzled. That's my observation. Thank you.
So I would just like to say that we do have Parks and Rec powers as part of our responsibilities as a district, as a community services district. Parks and Rec is one of our.
That's true, unfunded, but.
Well, we can fund it at whatever level we can afford from property tax after fire. Jerry McKinnon, and then that's my last request to speak, and then we're going to move on. Mr. McKinnon, welcome.
Good evening, Jerry McKinnon, Cambria. Before the Palmer Building, there was an old Quonset hut, probably from World War II, that was there. At the far, it was in an L shape, and the L, as it turned down the side, was a rifle range. Well, in that building, there was a Cambria Youth Center. Diane Brooks, we all familiar with Diane Brooks? Diane Brooks and I were on the committee that was a part of that youth center. I have a filing cabinet at home that has a lot of old records in it. So if you want, I can look and see whether or not the records that I have talk about the beginnings of the park across the street. The first move of the Cambria, of the, I said yacht club. I'm sorry, I didn't. We'll get to that another time. The skate park was right back here at the corner of the parking lot. That they set it up, we had a big trailer, open up the back doors of it and pull out the ramps and do all that kind of stuff. And there was even consideration of building the skate park over in the corner of the parking lot on a permanent basis. Well, so I'll look and find the records, and should I just bring them down to the office if I find anything that relates to the skate park?
It would be a great thing for pros to
Yeah, that would
get
be helpful.
the pros commission, Steve Niffen and that group every first Tuesday of every month.
Parks, outdoor, okay.
Parks, recreation, and open
Yeah.
space, they meet right over here in the.
You want me to bring them to?
Sure, that would be good.
Records to them?
Sure, I think that would be a start, and then
Okay.
eventually get to us.
Thank you.
10 o'clock Tuesdays.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
Well, Madam Chair, just
Vice
one,
President Sanders.
first of all, for the record, if my memory serves me right, the reason the district abandoned the building on Center Street is because it was full of asbestos. That was the problem. It wasn't flooding. And if there was any flooding issue, that's been resolved by the new culvert that was built at the end of Center Street that goes underneath the property. My suggestion would be, if the board does anything with this item, it's to, maybe by consensus, encourage the staff to work with the Historical Society so that maybe the concept of moving the old schoolhouse, which is a real community asset, over to that parcel can be accomplished.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's my suggestion.
I think we may have district staff with some history and knowledge of that old building. Is that the case? Would you please share?
The property was flooded, and the water, I guess there was a big storm, and the water displaced the dirt. And when staff walked outside, they were like, oh. So the property was declared uninhabitable, but I do believe when they were tearing it down, they did find asbestos.
Did you have something further, Director Berenger? So is there any action that needs to be taken on this item? Do I have any?
No.
Then, okay. Then we may move on to 7B, as in boy.
Before we get to 7B, can we, by consensus, just encourage the staff to work with the Historical Society?
I have, yes. Is there
I would
any-
favor that.
Does anyone object to that?
I'm in favor.
Okay, then I think that's the
Great.
general consensus that,
Before we get to 7B,
Yes.
Madam President, I have a conflict of interest on this item. The
Okay.
firm that I work for represents Techtegrity, so they're a source of income, so I'll have to leave.
all right. For this item? Mr. Carmel, before you leave, can I just ask a quick question? If you're conflicted out, and I assume that your law firm is conflicted out, have we had somebody review for legal?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Not us, though.
Right, but it's been reviewed by legal. Thank you, that's what I needed to know. Thank you. General Manager Gruber.
Item 7B is discussion and consideration to approve a quote and authorize purchase of new computer server and related software and equipment. I'm going to give a brief overview, but one of Monique's responsibilities is the district clerk. She's also over human resources for the entire district, but she's also over IT for the district. She's the one that has worked diligently in getting us our new computer support group that's in there now. And really, she has the best idea of anybody in the organization of why this is needed. But the fiscal impact in fiscal 2017-18, the final budget of $35,000 was set aside to replace the existing servers. However, the estimated total is $45,495.50. The budget is exceeded due to the need to clean up technology areas and for additional software that has not been initially anticipated. The CCSD has 3 current servers that were purchased in 2010, so they're almost 8 years old. These servers are well beyond their useful life of 3 to 5 years, which creates additional costs for maintenance and lost productivity as a result of downtime. The 3 servers that we currently have are all running unsupported.
I'm sorry, excuse me, but I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you're going to have a conversation, if you wouldn't mind taking it outside, just because it's distracting for us to be able to hear General Manager Gruber. And the other thing I just wanted to say is maybe in the interest of time, because the IT committee did meet on this item.
Okay.
That maybe, I mean, if there's anything specifically that you'd like to have Monique point out, since she's been working with
Let me finish
Technicolor.
just one sentence here.
All right.
Unsupported versions of the Microsoft Windows Server operating system create an additional security risk for the CCSD as time goes on because the Microsoft is not releasing new patches of update. One more paragraph. The CCSD network has had recent improvements with fiber implementation of Charter, but the internal networking hardware is old, and recent equipment failures have caused downtime and service calls from the technology partner. The network equipment is at each of 5 CCSD sites is not uniform, and many pieces of equipment cannot be monitored remotely, which leads to additional time in making configuration changes and reduces the ability of our technology partners to respond to outages proactively. So with that, if there's any questions, just ask away, and Monique and I can answer them. But I think we've clearly spelled out the need why we should consider purchasing this.
And we had a good long meeting. Would you like to speak to it, Mr.
Well,
Barron?
do you have public comment?
I do not have public comment on this
Okay.
item.
Yeah, we did have a meeting, we did look at this, and it's my opinion that we should not table, revisit this in November, and for several reasons, and if not, maybe mid-December. And one of the biggest reasons is that there was some thought, we're not moving into the library, and some of the things were being considered for that. There's new financial software or services that might be coming on board, and that's waiting until the new finance manager comes on board and, for his approval or her. And also, it plays into a little bit on how this is being developed. We like tech integrity. I believe that these statements are right, that we need to make these changes. But I can't see the downside of waiting a month to make sure we have, a month or two, to make sure we have more of our ducks in a row. That's my suggestion.
And I'm in substantial agreement with that based on this proposal being premised on having the new property where we would be having to deal with, obviously it doesn't include the new property, but it contemplated it. So it might be good to go back. I don't know, since it's not going to make it a new budget year and it's not new money coming in, I don't know that delaying is a good idea based on my understanding and knowledge of the way that the condition of these servers and the needs for having, our customers, and I do mean customers, not just the Cambrians, but the people whose data is in those servers needs to be protected, and without having an update to the Windows Server software and the servers themselves, we put the data of our customers at risk, not to mention the data of the entire district. I respect that delaying could be good. We may need to revisit it to make sure it's still the right thing to do based on the new understanding relating to the library. But I worry that, we're nowhere near as much data as Equifax, but let's just say we don't want to be in a situation that because our servers, either they go down and then our people can't work, or it's breached because there's no more security patches coming out for the version we currently have. That's kind of, and I have a lot of experience in this area. I cannot build a network to save my life, but I know what some of the risks are based on a lot of time that I've spent doing these things. And so as much as I'm reluctant to spend the money, I really don't want to. I think it's not a smart thing to do to delay it. Director Wharton?
So we're looking at the 45,000 being almost the ceiling. And as Mr. Director Behringer commented, it could go up or it could come down. If we're not outfitting the library building, then that.
It doesn't include outfitting the library
Oh, it doesn't?
building.
Okay,
No.
okay. Thanks for clarifying.
It's important to note it could go up, but it could also go down. And just to to characterize this, the emphasis of this is not because we anticipated moving. The emphasis is driven out of need. Yeah. Okay.
I didn't mean to imply that that was the emphasis, but it was a consideration in determining what sites would get which equipment and where we were putting things.
Madam President, staff doesn't mind waiting a month or two.
Well, it's, you know, it's up to you.
If that's a compromise that you
President
guys,
This is why we bring things like this to the board. I think there's a possible risk to the work productivity if the servers go down and/or data breach, which is, we do not want either, I suspect. I mean, so, I mean, I think that we should approve, this. I'm not, as chair, I haven't spent much time making motions this year. I can do that if people are more comfortable with me making the motion, but my sense is I think we should take staff recommendation on this item, which is to authorize the purchase of the new computer server and the related software. And the related software, I went back and forth. I talked to a friend of mine who's a computer guy, and I said, well, the amount that's over the budget is essentially the amount for the software, but it makes it a much less work intensive for the support people if everybody's on the same version. So it's kind of worth the money in the long run, I think. So I would recommend staff recommendation. I would move staff recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
So moved and seconded. Is there further discussion?
I guess I would just say one thing. I'm kind of a computer illiterate. However, I know how hard the people in our district office work. And it would appear to me that anything that makes it more difficult for them to do their job with regard to the computer, if we can allay the problems, the potential problems in that area by purchasing new server and related software, it sounds to me like it's a good idea.
All right. Yes, General Manager Gruber.
I also just wanted to let you know that this is going to be installed up at Fire. So our main server is now going to be at our EOC, which is a secured facility, and also from a logistics standpoint, it makes a lot more sense.
And let's just make sure that we look through the proposal. I mean, we can authorize this, and if there's minor insubstantial changes based on the new potential. I'm kind of looking at Ms. Madrid because I know she's been working on this, so that I'm just trying to make sure I have the answer.
This is their area of expertise, and they put a great deal of effort and work into this, and I think it's a good proposal.
Are you comfortable with that?
Sure.
Okay. Then let's have a vote. Roll call, please. Ms. Madrid.
President Rice.
Aye.
Director Farmer.
Aye.
Director Wharton.
Aye.
Director Berenger.
Aye.
Vice President Sanders.
Yes.
All right. We are under new bylaws, and so I just want to remind us we have about 35 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Carmel. And if there are any items that we can either table until next month or skip, we probably should consider that. I do not know that this is one of those things or not. So, General Manager Gruber.
Madam President, do you want to do 7C?
Yes,
because Patrick's
please.
here. Okay. Thank you. Madam President and board members, item C is discussion and consideration of adoption of ordinance 032017, amending CCSD Municipal Code Section 3.04.030 to add provisions to provide relief from fees and charges relating to leaks. Section 3.04.030 of the CCSD Municipal Code, and we attached attachment, authorizes a board of directors to grant relief for the payment of fees and charges to achieve equity and fairness, that the provision requires a formal application to be provided to the district and stipulates that any relief granted shall be not be retroactive beyond the billing period immediately receiving the date of the application. And we receive frequent requests from customers, frequent requests from customers for reductions for charges for water, through leaks through the system, and these leaks normally result because of broken pipes. They're not readily visible. Sometimes they're underground. They're irrigation pipes, and they're internal to the house, such as toilet leak. And staff recommends making changes to the municipal code. And also, we're not giving water away. We're still going to be charging, and I think that's an important component of this, charging at the lowest, is at the lowest rate, the lowest tier, so it's not a gift of public funds, or we won't be, we're still charging for the water that's put through that meter, but we are charging at the lowest rate. Thank you. And Patrick is here. And Patrick's really been the one to deal with these kind of things. And as I mentioned earlier, we're really looking for consistency here as we treat our customers in an equitable and fair manner, because each case is different, but a lot of cases are similar too. And so we want to be able to establish some policies that give us the ability to treat everybody in an equitable and fair manner. Thank you.
And Mr. Carmel, we did introduce this at the last meeting, yes?
We did. This is adoption.
So this is just adopting. So can I do it then?
Yes, I do not have any public comment on this item, and you can make the motion, and then we can have further discussion.
I would like to, the Board of Directors to adopt ordinance 03-2017 by title only and waive further reading. An ordinance of amending section 3.04.030 of the Cambria Community Services Municipal Code regarding relief from fees and charges related to leaks.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there further discussion on this item? Okay, let's have a roll call vote then. It's been moved by Director Berenger and seconded by Vice President Sanders.
Thank you. Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Yes.
Director Wharton?
Yes.
Director Farmer?
Yes.
President Rice?
Yes, that passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 7D.
Was that from
I'll
last month?
I'll go ahead and introduce 7D, and then District Council Tim Carmel will go over it with the board. Thank you, Madam President, board members. Item 7D is discussion and consideration of adoption of Resolution 42-2017, revising the voluntary lot merger program regarding remodel projects that do not change the footprint of the structure of the property.
Thank you. Mr. Carmel.
Briefly, this expands our voluntary lot merger program to include remodel projects that straddle a lot line and that don't increase the size of the building's footprint. We do this as a result of some uniform building code provisions that relate to fire safety. And essentially what happens is when we require these mergers, the applicants have to go to the county. It takes a lot of time. It costs money. We get a fair amount of complaints from realtors and project applicants as a result of that. So there was a determination to help them a little bit. The voluntary lot merger program offers an amount up to $800 to assist with the voluntary lot merger process. So this resolution brings them into the voluntary lot merger program. Glad to answer any questions.
And we discussed that last time?
No, this is fresh.
Yeah, this isn't an ordinance.
Okay, I move that the Board of Directors adopt Resolution 42-2017, revising the voluntary lot merger program to include lot mergers related to remodel projects that do not change the footprint of the structure on the property.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. And before we take a vote, I do have a public comment. Mike Lyons.
I will pass.
You have been passed, sir. Further discussion? Is there any further discussion? I do just want to say that the Executive Committee did have a fairly extensive discussion of this item, and it's something that is the right thing to do to reduce the number of lots that are potentially buildable. So if there's no further discussion, then I will call the question.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Yes.
Director Wharton?
Yes.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye, passes unanimously. All right, now we get to go to 7G.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. Item 7G is discussion and consideration to fill the vacancy of an ad hoc committee and liaison positions created by the resignation of Michael Thompson. The Board of Directors is aware on August 24th, 2017, that Director Michael Thompson announced his resignation from the board effective August 31st, 2017. Accordingly, it is appropriate for the board to consider filling former Director Thompson's liaison positions and ad hoc committee appointments. Director Thompson served on the 2017 Fire Department Ad Hoc Committee, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Ad Hoc Committee, and was the Cambria Fire Safe Focus Group Liaison and San Simeon CCSD Liaison. Your options could be the newly appointed board members fills a vacancy listed above until the new committees are assigned in January of 2018, which is only a couple months away, or you can postpone filling the vacancies until Vice President Sanders' replacement has been appointed, vacant for October and November, and the ad hoc committees do not have regular meeting schedules, but instead meet as needed. And listed below are the ad hoc committees in their entirety, and then you can look at the ones that Director Thompson had served on. And I'll be happy to answer any questions this time. Thank you.
So my thought on this item was that we should, because it was on last month's agenda, because we had expected to have the new director by the September meeting. So this is back because we now have a new director. And my thinking was, since we set new committees in January anyway, as long as Director Wharton or any of the other directors didn't object, that we would have him fill Michael's slots, and then we can sort and rearrange and play musical chairs in January, since it's not very long. So the first person I would ask would be to see if that's even an option for Director Wharton.
My only concern would be just my current work schedule. I have one day of the week that I do the bulk of my work, and that's Tuesday. So I don't know if I heard that PROS meets.
PROS meets on Tuesdays.
And
Okay.
and it's certainly it's a workaround. I've got capable staff that I'm trusting more. That how long do those meetings last at PROS?
They last about an hour, but PROS is actually a standing committee.
Right.
And they have a menu, so we don't really need an ad hoc committee, in my opinion. But
I agree, and it's actually not an ad hoc.
I do go there
it
just to
was-
kind
And Jim,
yeah.
you're usually, Jim's always there.
If we have a
Yeah, I mean,
liaison,
Director
if we have
if
one
it's an
liaison.
hour, I definitely could carve out a little bit of time on my Tuesday schedule.
that's right at the Vets Hall, so
Yeah, I could just walk
10
right down.
o'clock. Yeah, 10 o'clock to 11. Just stop by, see how
I
you
will.
like it.
Yeah.
But I don't
So-
think it
It'd be
requires
nice
a
to get away,
formal
you know, from
appointment.
So
starting
I-
work at 5 a.m.
So I would entertain a motion that we
Okay, I
appoint.
move that Aaron Morton join me at the PROS Commission's meetings, but not, I don't think it's an ad hoc. I think it's,
No, it's not.
it's
That's
more
an
of a
error in the
liaison.
report.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
And I think with the level of
other
interest that I'm
committees?
gaining or garnering for the skate park, that might be an appropriate place for me to fit in.
So we just need to make sure that we have, so,
How about as further
you.
discussion? The Fire Department Ad Hoc Committee, I think, is moot at the moment, and if next year you want to have one, I would just not have anybody on that one.
is that?
Infrastructure Ad Hoc, well,
Before you move on, because I know that Vice President Sanders has been on the fire committee, is it going to be okay if that's vacant for the moment?
Well, first of all, I'm going to stand down on this because I think it's
Okay.
up to the four of you.
Okay.
But you're only
to make
you're the
those
only one left
decisions.
from the fire committee, so.
I think that all the issues, all the big issues have been resolved one way or the other, or tabled indefinitely. So if the board wanted to postpone my replacement, making my replacement, appointing my replacement to the Fire Department Ad Hoc Committee, I would think that would be okay.
Okay, the only big issue is the SAFER grant and figuring out how we're going to cover the SAFER grant firefighters, but I think that
But
if
that's a
we wait
budget
till the
issue
beginning. Yeah,
at
okay.
this point.
Okay, fair. So I'm sorry to have interrupted you, Director Berenger.
no, and so all I was going to say is, don't assign anybody for Fire Department Ad Hoc unless we want to reestablish it. I think the Finance Committee ad hoc committee is most important because it would meet. It could meet,
Well, it's not one
it's
of those.
not one of those, okay, so
No.
then
It would
I
just
wouldn't make
make
any other
sense in the
changes.
amendment. Okay. So if it's, to be clear, we would put the motion would be something like Director Wharton would serve on the Parks and Recreation would serve as liaison for Parks, Recreation,
Liaison, yes.
Open Space Commission, and the Fire Safe Focus Group. All right. I move such.
Great, we'll make I don't think it has to be, it doesn't have to, does this have to be voted on?
Does it have to
and
be
all
a
that kind of stuff?
motion? Yes. So I move to appoint Aaron Wharton. And I also have the authority to just simply appoint. I
There you go.
didn't want to do it without board agreement is kind of where I was at,
I concur.
including Director Wharton. So you're hereby appointed.
Thank you.
You are,
So that was pros and fire safe focus?
yes. And we'll make sure you get on to the proper mailing lists for those, so you get the agendas and such.
And I saw that he was also San Simeon CSD. Is that currently going to remain vacant, or is that covered by
It can
another?
probably be vacant for right now. There was a reason to do it before we had the Coastal Commission coming, because they were helping us out. You are welcome to go to those meetings, of course. They are open public meetings on the second Wednesday. They do. They always have refreshments, cookies and water. All right, 7H.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll go ahead and introduce this one in District Council Tim Carmelo. Discussion and consideration 7H of procedures to fill the vacancy of the CCSD Board of Directors created by the resignation of Greg Sanders, including consideration of the formation of an ad hoc committee and to develop said procedures.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This item is to consider falling back down the rabbit hole and trying to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of Vice President Sanders. Only kidding. As you know, there's no defined process. You have 60 days. The only legal requirement is that you post a notice of vacancy 15 days before the appointment, and there you go. There is a recommendation from the President that we consider an ad hoc committee to develop those processes. So, turn it back to you.
And the reason I think that that's a necessary step is if we get even half as many applicants as we did the first time, it was clearly not a manageable situation without a better and more clear process, both for the applicants and for the board themselves. I would recommend to have the new most recently appointed board member on the committee, since he experienced the appointment from the other side of the dais. And I would recommend Harry Farmer to work with him on that ad hoc committee so that they can come back to the board with suggestions about how we go forward on, hopefully, a more clear appointment process.
If I can, excuse me, Director Wharton and I got together Tuesday morning, and I think we had a very agreeable and knowledgeable exchange discussion. And we both kind of thought about it and had the same idea, but Aaron was the one that stated it first, and I thought it was a great idea. But I'm just going to go ahead and say what you stated at that time, which is what we do is kind of get a little workshop, and that he chooses 2 people from the community, I choose 2 people from the community, and the 6 of us get together, and that way, 6 minds are better than 2, and we kind of brainstorm on how we move forward in the next selection process, which seems to me to be, I think, a very balanced, a balanced way of approaching it, that hopefully, the community will say, oh, wow, this is like a mini standing, brief mini standing committee, and we've been talking about allowing the community to be more involved. And if there's any issue the community is really concerned about right now, who is our next director? So,
Okay, I had
Director Barringer?
I had a similar thought And I don't know how this committee is going to be. If it was a totally public discussion, I could see that being something. There is, I think, a third member on the discussing setting the process would be a person that was appointed one time, Merle Clift. He was appointed one time. He was a director. I think he could provide guidance, and when you have two persons and somebody that was all involved in it would be a great resource, rather than one person selecting two people and another person selecting two people. There's already a bias built in on that. I think you're looking at just the process, not the people. And so there's another way, and I think it would work better than now all of a sudden you have 6 people and 2 of them are already have been nominated by one person or nominated by another, if you understand the difference. So that would be my suggestion for their approach.
If I could just add this, you know, what our approach is, we're obviously coming from 2 different, I shouldn't say obviously,
Yes,
but Director Wharton and myself, maybe we represent a different constituency. However, we're just deciding on the process. We're not selecting, selecting a new applicant. So I hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, I just want to, that's what Harry and I had discussed, was just establishing the process for the whole thing, the framework, other than just, anyone out in the audience can raise their hand and step forward. I think we want to avoid that. We want to get everybody who has interest in the process to apply and apply a hard deadline on this one. If we have to go to a second meeting like we did, hopefully the process will be in place from the first initial appointment meeting, that we will or will not accept additional people. That, we just need some very clear defined rules, and that's what we're going to reach out to the people in the public for, to get their opinion, to get their thoughts, and then Harry and I can get together as the ad hoc committee and then discuss it to bring it forward to the board.
Okay, so there's one thing that I'm a little concerned with. One, I think first of all, getting the public involved is great, but you selecting 2 people and you selecting 2 people, that's not the public. So if you have it in the public and you listen to the public, but if you had 2 people with someone like Merle Clift, so that during that public meeting, it's a 3-person committee, it's not, yeah, and it's not 2 from one side and 2 from another side. It's not really that way. What's the process? And the process could be done with, I'm suggesting a 3rd person rather than 6.
So first off,
what are your thoughts?
Excuse me. First off, how the committee gets to the point of suggesting a clear process so that we don't have a problem like we did the last time, because I really would like to have a civil, clear process that makes it possible for whomever. And the process they use for that, an ad hoc committee, isn't a standing committee, but that doesn't mean that it's not necessarily open to the public. And if you object to those 2 being the ad hoc committee, then we will talk about that. Otherwise, I think that what I'm looking for is agreement that we go forward and let them try and figure out a process, and how they go about doing that can be factored in your decision about whether to take the recommendations or not.
Maybe you're misunderstanding me here. You're trying to create a committee that's going to come up with a process, an ad hoc committee.
Yes.
You can't have 3 directors.
I'm not saying there should be 3 directors.
No. So, but it makes sense for the most recent person that was here,
right,
receiving, getting the
right,
being on that one side of the
right,
of the experience. And then I'm suggesting we have another person that had successfully gone through that experience be involved in helping set the process. What was successful for Mr. Cliff? And I don't have an objection to Director Farmer. I I have an objection to setting up a process where one person is going to choose two people and another person is going to choose two people to be involved in that process. I don't see that. That's like, I don't see it. Anyway, that's me.
The process, are you referring to the process of becoming the appointee or the process of
Both.
Of setting the process? Like,
It's both. In other words, you're setting a.
no, I would not bring anybody to the table. I would not, this is
Well, I
not
thought
being
you were-
chosen out of the applicant pool.
I thought you were choosing two people, and
No,
he's
no,
going
no.
to choose two people.
To
I
be
would-
on the committee for the process.
Right,
I
and I'm
would, I
saying.
would choose, John and Jane Smith, and, because I value their opinions, and maybe they've expressed some valuable opinions already. We can take what they have, and we can write it down, and we can write down the pros and cons of whatever it is. Harry has a couple of his constituency that he represents, that they might see the appointment process a different way. Then we take all that information, and we come together for the process to move forward.
I don't have a problem with that. When you come together for the process, I would hope that you would take a third person, because you guys might lock, a third person to add that.
Maybe we.
Well,
maybe
the
we
process
have-
of the process.
Yeah, and I understand the experience that you're thinking Merle Clift will bring to us, and I'm sure he
Right.
will.
Yeah.
I've talked with Merle several times over the years.
Yeah, so maybe he can vet the process that you come up with, or whatever.
Or maybe he has some, yeah.
Or some, that's all I'm throwing in.
There's a lot of
I appreciate it.
expertise
Thank you.
available in this community, and I would like to point out very strongly, we all represent the same darn constituents, and they're Cambrians. We have different sets of friends and acquaintances and different people that we interact with on a regular basis, but we all represent the same constituents, and that's the entire town of Cambria. Director Farmer.
I don't know if I should continue on the direction that Director Barringer is going, but I don't see necessarily any problem with having former Director Clift also being involved in the process with, along with what we've already discussed, as added experience in the process.
Wonderful. Microphone.
I was just saying, when you have your ad hoc, you can collect your data and everything else, but when you start working on,
I
have it
understand what you're at.
vetted by a third person,
Light bulb
that's
went.
all.
Light bulb
Yeah.
went. I got it.
Did you have something, Director Wood?
Well, I'm looking at the timeline. October 31st, Greg tendered his resignation. On November 1st is when I'm assuming the posting will become up.
We're getting a nod from District Clerk.
That puts us through November 16th for a deadline, because we have to post 15 days. And the next meeting is November 16th, so we can't get anything done in the November meeting.
Right.
So that puts us through December 16th through, or I'm sorry, November 16th through December 16th, which is December meeting because of the holidays. We bumped it up. I believe it's the second or third
Right.
Thursday, if I'm right, on the calendar. What's that? The 14th? Okay. Then, even past that, then we have 2 more weeks until the deadline to the Board of Supervisors. So whatever it is that we do, we need to act swiftly
Hop on it.
and with with just due diligence.
Right. So if we set this committee, is there somebody, Mr. Gruber, is there somebody that we can have on staff that can help them work through the timelines and the applications and that whole process that
Yeah,
we have used?
It's Monique, it's the district clerk.
Okay.
We have to make, and with Haley's support, we just have to make sure that whatever process is adopted and agreed upon by you guys, but also the postings and everything like that. So Monique, that falls to Monique, and then with support from Haley.
And we
so-
may be able to consider a process at the November meeting, because during the noticing period, we could be putting, you could be meeting and
Right.
doing
Yeah,
something.
we could be
Director-
establishing that
Director Farmer.
concurrently.
Right, and I'm assuming that, before somebody fills out an application or whatever, that's going to be part of the process. So the November meeting, we won't have somebody seated yet. We're going to be working on, maybe that's when you present the process. Well, it might be a little late.
Well, but
Let's think about it.
But with the holidays, it's just going
That's
to be a
true.
difficult thing, no
That's right.
matter
And not only
what.
that,
Yeah,
if we have somebody seated by December meeting, I
yeah.
think
I
that's the
think
goal.
we'll be okay.
Yeah.
Director Farmer?
Is that right?
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that the applicants that put their names in for Director Thompson's spot, that we carry their applications over. We inform them of this in an email, perhaps, since we have all their email information. Just inform them of that, and if any of them choose not to be involved, then they can just get back to us. And then, of course, we can also leave it open for other people to apply for the position as well. But I don't feel like the people that applied for Mike's position should have to go through the process again.
And I don't see that. And you're coming up with a process, but this form may not be the way. So I would like to see a new applicant fill out the form that you come up with. They know what the next step is. They know whether they're going to get any questions or not. And I don't like this form is good. I guess it's legal stuff, but the back, I think one of the biggest problems is all of a sudden they had to answer all the general questions for the board candidates. I think that was the worst, one of the few things that was not very good on this. Why should they identify important, what experience or background that qualifies you as a board member? If they write that in 300 words or less, they don't have to be led to do that. And if you think about it yourself, what made me qualified? I don't know, nothing. What made
But
any?
you did campaign, which allowed you to put forward what your qualifications were.
Right. Right, and was it being an accountant, so I'm trying to get the process there and let the candidates represent themselves. It's a small point, it's a nit, I don't care.
And just to keeping that in mind while you're meeting
I think the applicants should be required to apply again. Maybe they reapply the same, but if all of a sudden the process you have is different, now that application is old.
No, I think it's the process of determining and deciding who the next director will be is what we're obligated about. And if I could just address, if I could just mention one thing that you just said about answering the question, what is it that would make me a really good director? What's my qualifications in that regard? I'd be interested to see the creativity of the applicant. That would tell me a lot about that person, how they're going to use their imagination and their creativity and just life experience as to how they would be on the board.
I agree with you. That's why I don't like us setting, or if I were on the process committee, I wouldn't set words that I want them to say. I would like them to just limit your response to 300 words or less and just.
So you're saying something that's less
structured.
Like a college entrance exam, like a college application. Write an essay about
How am I
yourself.
going to answer, how are they going to determine what I should say for number 3 here? I don't want that, I'm not on the committee, I'm not on,
But it's important that they have your thoughts so that they can keep that in mind while they're developing the process, because I think that's critical. I do have some public requests for public comment. Mike Lyons, followed by Don Howell.
Thank you. I'll try to be real brief. So many of you have already expressed a few of the thoughts that I had written down. This is going to be an extremely emotional and highly tense appointment, just like the other one was. I'd ask you to please keep that in mind and build a structure that's as solid as can possibly be. The process is very important. The people at this point are less. We're going to get to know these people from your process, but it should be as carefully planned as is humanly possible to do. Please try to maintain order in this room so that we don't have the chaotic experience that happened last time, and enforce the rules of public comment and civility. I agree that you should define the opening date for applications and a hard and fast closing date. People who are serious about this appointment should know and will know that that's their limit. And people who can't make up their minds or for any reason come late, they shouldn't be allowed to add their names. The last thing I would say is some of us, including myself, do pore over those applications very carefully, reading their backgrounds and their goals and aspirations for the board and the community. So I would say make the application as lucid as possible, but also try to get those applicants to write legibly so we can read them. That's very important.
Yeah, an electronic form would be great, would it not? Don Howell, followed by Crosby Swartz, is my final request to speak on this item.
Oh, thank you. I'll try to be brief, too. I strongly concur with the previous speaker. I just wish to make a few comments regarding the last selection process. While I'm not displeased with the result, and had the result come about in a different way, I think many of us would have left that meeting much happier than we were. There were a number of speakers who had actually foregone the opportunity to speak for themselves because they were told they would have that opportunity later. So that was one thing. You know, now I had the other issue having to do with this is that it needs to be clear to the public exactly what we can expect and when the comments are allowed. Another point that I wish to make is that I was not aware that the public was going to be permitted to speak in favor or against any of the candidates. So when the motion was made, which I think was probably out of order by Mr. Behringer to appoint Director Wharton, and then suddenly a whole huge crowd of people trooped up here in support. Now, I wasn't aware that that was even going to be permitted. So you can see that many of us who had the same, as I say, I am not displeased. I'm welcome to this incredible, you guys have to sit still, we can go to the restroom whenever we want, you know, and you have to listen and listen politely, so I do appreciate that. But, so please, yes, I think there's a little too much concern about what the public might do or might not do. And my only other comment, which is kind of a little bit perhaps to the side, is that as far as asking the advice of a former director, Cliff, his point of view would be the point of view of an applicant who succeeded, and that is not necessarily going to tell us what the best process might be. The process that was used was great for him, and I might also point out that at that time there was a very strong board majority, so there was not likely to be a lot of conflict as to who should be appointed. So I do not think he would be helpful. In fact, I would prefer to know that he was not involved in all of this. So anyway, thank you for listening, and thank you for your very kind attention. I look forward to when you finally do decide.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Crosby Swartz.
I push the button, or? Am I on? Okay. Madam President, members of the board, I'm Crosby Swartz. Just a question. I believe the Brown Act may have restrictions on the number of people that are on an ad hoc committee. I think you might want to get an opinion about that before you decide how this ad hoc committee will be set up. Thank you.
Can you speak to that, please, Mr. Carmel?
I was going to clarify that the action you're taking is just to create the ad hoc committee. How they go about choosing the process is up to them, because Mr. Swartz is right. If you add a third person, that's not, well, you have a standing committee right there, even if it's temporary, permanent, or otherwise. So, if the board takes action to create that committee and there's more than 2 board members on it, no matter who it is, citizen, board member, it's a standing committee.
So if you have an ad hoc committee, they can come in here without an agenda and then get stuff from the public. They should be able to do that, right?
Right. It's only if the board, through action, through formal action, resolution, minute motion, creates a committee of more than 2 board members, that they become a standing committee.
Right.
Okay. Just
Board
wanted to clarify.
But it doesn't mean that they couldn't get the advice from
on their own.
somebody
They can
else.
create a committee of 20 and it wouldn't matter.
Right. Yeah, it was just my suggestion.
So one of the reasons why we're doing this ad hoc committee is because, I fully own that part of the problem was that there was not a clear process last time, and one of the reasons I am not appointing myself to the committee, even though I have to chair the meeting, is because clearly I was not successful in the way that it was run last time. So I fully believe that these two directors will put together a process that will prevent the same kind of episode we had last time, as much fun as it was. It was not my best hour, but it was also not the best hour for the rest of the board or for anybody that was here at that meeting. So I take my part of responsibility in that, and part of taking that responsibility is not putting myself onto this committee and not trying to run the process, because clearly I did not succeed in that, and so I'm looking forward to seeing what they do. That said, do we need to make a motion, Mr. Carmel?
Yes, you do, and staff needs two issues clarified. One, is the ad hoc creating a new application, or are we using the current application with any modifications you want? And then two, do you want to have a deadline for receipt of those applications so it could be included in the notice of vacancy itself?
So, first thing we need to, I move that we go beyond 4 hours so that we can complete this item. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So, and the bylaws say 4/5? Okay, so we have to have a 4/5 vote. I would just like to at least complete this item, which is why I made the motion, so. Can I please have a roll call? Motion by me, second by
President
Director
Rice?
Farmer. Yes.
Director Farmer?
Yes.
Director Wharton?
Yes.
Director Berenger?
You could. Troublemaker.
Put it on Greg.
That's so mean.
Don't you dare.
Under discussion, don't you dare. That's what I heard.
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
I'm going to vote yes on this. I'm not going to participate in the vote on the process, but
Fair.
for the purpose of keeping the meeting going, I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, ad hoc committee being Director Farmer and Director Wharton is what I'm asking for. Is there any objection to that being the case? And then we want clarification for staff if there's no objection to that.
No objection.
All right. So whether, on the timeline, we don't have to do the 15-day, we can do it more than 15 days, right? We just can't do it fewer than 15 days. So the ad hoc committee could meet and sometime in the next, maybe at the early part of next week, and determine whether there's going to be a different application or not? Do we have to post the
Yes.
notice on the 1st?
No. You can,
Okay.
as long as you post it 15 days before the appointment, you're fine.
Okay, so is that, do you two have a feeling on, we know how Director Berenger feels about a different application.
Well, I express it, but
I'd
it's up
like
to
to-
them.
Well,
I
and-
suggest they have a new one.
Right, trying to get an answer for staff.
I think the fact that Director Wharton just filled out the application, in our discussion, he'll be able to say, well, Harry, this worked, and this made sense to me, and this didn't make sense to me. And then I'll take my 30 years of being older than him, and I'll give my input, and then he'll figure it out.
Yeah.
All right, so
There's no
it
need
just
for-
has to be done fairly soon. So it sounds like the application will not necessarily go out with the notice, but we can put out the notice without the application with some contingency. General Manager Gruber?
I just wanted to let Director Farmer and Director Wharton know that, you know, we're available. Come up to the office, sit down with us. My office is available. You have three of us that support you any way we can to make the process successful for you guys. So don't feel like you're out there by yourself. We're here to help you.
All right. Anything further?
How about a date? Are we thinking that 15 days prior to when? When do you think we're going to try and appoint somebody that 5th of December or something like that, or what's?
We
'Cause
would
he's
have
looking
to
for a
bring
date.
their recommendation back to the board for approval unless you're comfortable with, I'm comfortable with going with whatever process they determine.
Well-
But if you want it to come back to the board before we have a date for appointment,
Well, let's say we have, at our regular board meeting, they
Right.
present the process.
Right.
So that's November 16th.
right?
So December 7th, that's Pearl Harbor Day. I don't know. That might be a day that we're trying to have
Is it a
this.
Sunday? It can't be a Tuesday and preferably not a Monday.
Well, they're looking for a date. You need it now, or you'd like it now? You need a date?
Do you
Do you
need
need
a
a date, or you just like
Okay,
it?
it would be
so
helpful
if they
for the
meet at
notice.
the beginning of next week
They
and
can-
determine that,
Right, they can communicate that
determine
to
it.
staff.
all right.
We determine the date?
Yeah.
If you'd
the
like,
Special
Yeah,
meeting?
you can work with the staff to get to the point where we
To
we can
recommend
set
a
a date.
date.
A
Yeah,
recommended
to
date?
recommend a
Yeah.
date, yeah.
And that will be brought up on the
At the
November
meeting
16th?
in November, yeah.
On November 16th.
So it gives us a little bit of time.
Yeah,
We only
so
need
you'll,
24 hours notice for it's a special meeting, so it's not like there's,
right.
Okay.
And working with staff, you'll be able to get through some of those
Some of the
technical things,
bumps.
and Mr. Carmel will be helpful too. All four of those people over there are there to help. All right, then, do we need to have a motion to form this ad hoc committee?
Yes, Madam President.
I so move.
Aaron and I second it.
I like it, you're already working together. I'll give
I
that Harry
third it.
Farmer a second.
I fourth it then.
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to have a unanimous vote and one abstention.
One abstention, correct.
All right. Yes. Might as well do the whole
President
official.
Rice?
Yes.
Director Farmer?
Yes.
Director Wharton?
Yes.
Director Berenger?
Yes.
Vice President Sanders?
Abstain.
So 4 and 1 abstention. We are past 8 and have more to do. This is a short one.
Item 7I, Madam President, board members, are discussion and consideration to elect a vice president of the board of directors. First thing would be the president opens a nomination for the office of vice president. You accept nominations from the board members, you close nominations, and you take the vote of those nominated. Then the brief discussion it just refers to the bylaws regarding the president and vice president of the board of directors shall be elected annually at the first regular meeting in December, and the terms of the office shall commence immediately upon the election and continued upon replacement. However, as the board is aware, Vice President Sanders' resignation will be effective as of October 31st, 2017. This will leave the office of vice president vacant, and as such, it is appropriate for the board to elect a vice president to fill the remainder of the terms until the annual election occurs at the regular meeting in December. Thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Carmel?
Yes, Madam President.
Do we have to have a vice president?
Your bylaws say you do.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to I want to
Shoot.
make sure that we're
And-
doing the right thing.
And I hate to be
Please.
interjecting all the time.
Please interject.
Your motion to continue was only through the last item, so you'll need another motion, 4/5 vote, to either complete the open session agenda or address this item. Monique pointed that out, or I wouldn't have done it.
Now, if we complete the open session agenda, what do we do with the other agenda items?
You mean the closed session?
No, no.
Mm-hmm.
No, I said
These two things. Another one is.
This one, future agenda items. is the
Future
other
agenda
thing.
items too, which may
Right, I
not be
said
simple.
you can make a motion to complete the
So
open session
somebody
agenda,
has
or
to
to
make a
complete the whole
motion.
agenda, or just this item, but,
Or what? Or
you're dead.
What do you mean? What, we don't address
those
those items?
items.
You need a
Agenda items?
4/5 motion to keep going.
No, no,
And if
I'm
we
saying
don't
if we
keep
don't,
going,
what happens to those last two agenda items?
They'll get continued to another agenda.
And at a date certain?
Well, they'll be on the next regular meeting agenda for sure, but if there was a special meeting, we'd probably put them on that one.
Okay.
and we can, and
I'm-
the current
I
vice
move-
president can call a special meeting with me before he resigns on the 31st. So we could call a special meeting to finish these two
Can we do that?
items. Look at him. He's so excited about that prospect.
Do you want to do that? You don't wanna do that?
You know, I saw the moving van out in front of his house already,
Are
so.
you having an agenda item? Add an agenda item? No. All right, I move that we continue the meeting
For the rest.
for the last two agenda items.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion only for the purpose of continuing the meeting, but I am going to stand down on discussion and participation in the vote on the last item.
Okay, is there any further discussion? Let's have a vote, please.
Director Berenger?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders? Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
President Rice?
No. 4/5 pass. All right, so 7I. We need to appoint a vice president. I open the floor for nominations for the office of vice president for next month until the December meeting. Don't everybody jump at once.
I nominate Jim Berenger, Director Berenger.
Is there a second? All right. Is there another nomination? That dies for lack of a second. Would you like to make a nomination?
There aren't too many people left.
Would you like to make a nomination? Well, we could sit here for another half an hour if you want, but or we can try another nomination.
Well, I'm reluctant, to make it look like I'm so totally self-absorbed, but I'll just, since nobody else is saying it, I'll just nominate myself.
I would second that motion, and if there is any discussion, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would appreciate the opportunity to be involved in the process of, organizing the next agenda. Obviously, so you don't have to necessarily do it on your own, and just participating to a greater degree in how a meeting is formed.
Plus, you only have to do it for a month.
Only have to do it for a month, so I look forward to the opportunity.
All right, further discussion.
Just for clarification, was that one meeting or two, since it's elected in December?
It's
Two then?
elected at the beginning of the meeting in December, so it would be essentially.
He would do two agendas?
So
twice the experience?
Yes, two agendas,
Twice the
correct.
experience for Harry, if he did.
Twice the experience, it's two agendas, correct. That is correct. Let's have a roll call vote, please.
Director Farmer?
Aye.
President Rice?
Aye.
Director Wharton?
Aye.
Director Berenger?
No.
Thank you. That passes. Are you abstain? You're abstaining.
Vice President Sanders, I'm sorry.
Abstain.
Vice President Sanders abstained. That vote passes 3-1 to 1. Future agenda items?
Madam President, I'd like to put on the agenda that staff continues to evaluate the properties that the CCSD has available, with the caveat of being able to use those sales of those properties for two things: infrastructure improvements and repairs to be identified by the ad hoc committee and the board, and to possibly fund the safer firefighters for whatever time is, until we can find a permanent funding source, if that's the board's decision. So
Okay, so we can make sure that shows up on a future agenda, and it would be good to have the list of properties.
And it would be, we'll do our best, Monique and I and Haley, to put that together, but I would like that to be the goal of the sales of those properties, is to focus on infrastructure and a safer firefighter.
And I think that's an important discussion we definitely should be having. I look forward to that. Maybe I'll make a public records request, find out what properties the CCSD owns. Yes, I can. I'm a member of the public. All right. We are adjourned to closed session. Thank you for coming, everybody.
And thank you all who have stayed till the bitter end.
Well,
Thank
You only did it to the end of the meeting. I need
We
one
have
more.
to- So, all right, so I move that we continue the meeting so that we may adjourn to closed session. Are you trying to make this difficult? I don't have a second.
What's the motion?
That we continue the meeting to adjourn to closed session.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded. Can we please have a roll call?
President Rice?
Aye.
Vice President Sanders?
Yes.
Director Wharton?
Yes.
Director Farmer?
Yes.
Director Banger?
No.
Troublemaker. All right, we'll return to closed session. Thank you.